Gentlemen, we're back on. Good evening, everyone. Please join us and rise for the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Those here in the audience and those viewing us at home. The board didn't complete its business under executive session. We'll reconvene at the conclusion of the regular session into executive session to complete our business in executive session. Guess we can skip down to item 4, the minutes, the August 13th, 2012 regular and executive session. Mr. Fode?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the August 13, 2012 regular session minutes as written.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I move to assign the, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Mr. Chair, I move to
Skip that.
approve the August 13th, 2012 executive session.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. We can go to item 5, Mr. Fode. Legal bills for July.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I move to approve legal bills for July 2012 in the amount of $2,544.18 as follows. Copeland and Page General, $2,034.18. Copeland and Page Labor, $72. West, $438.
Second.
Second by Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion? Mr. Prisco.
This print is a little small, so I had a little hard time going through it and adding it all up, but if you actually look at look at the summary page on, I can never get it to pull up here, on 56. Now, this is supposed to summarize everything in those spreadsheets, is that correct?
I think Mr. Bell, you can answer that question.
We can come back to it later if you want.
No, we're on it. Why don't we complete it? Greg, question regarding the legal bills for July. Mr. Prisco has a question that if you go to page
56 of the packet. It's the summary letter that Darren sends to you. And it summarizes all the bills for the month, right? So if I total that up, it should match up to the spreadsheets. I just come up with a different number, that's all.
Spreadsheet is a work in progress. We're in the process of rebuilding it. It hasn't been touched in many, many years. So it could be the fact that we just made an error. And I would trust the figures that council gave you is correct. We're in the process of redoing the spreadsheet. So I can't vouch 100% accuracy for that, Michael. But I do see his memo, and those are the numbers that I would trust. And those are the numbers that I typically go by. It may have a different way of reclassifying some items compared to how we do.
Mr. Prisco, are you saying that the memo page,
The memo page
those
adds up.
amounts there are less than,
If you don't read
rough
this-
math, it's less than $2,000?
Right, it's $2,016, but if you read the spreadsheets and everything, it's $2,544. So, they just don't match up. That's all.
I can tell you, as I'll look into it. I haven't had an opportunity to do it, but I'd be happy to.
And maybe we just hold off on the legal bills
That'd be fine.
until we get it right. It's up to you. I mean, you guys can vote for it if you want, but
No, I'm glad
I'm
you
not
caught-
sure what we're voting for.
No,
So,
I raise a valid point. So, board members, we have an issue with postponing approval of these legal bills until our meeting on the 17th?
motion.
I'm sorry?
Withdraw the motion.
I just make comment that the bill is the letter that comes.
Is what?
The bill is the letter that comes from Copeland and Page, basically the invoice. The spreadsheet is our own doing associated with breaking it down finer. So I don't have a problem approving,
Yeah, that's.
based on what Greg has
If we
said.
need to modify the spreadsheet, but
Yeah, and I apologize. My intention really is trying to get the town meeting warrant ready, so I will look into it, I just can't give an answer this evening on it.
Just go forward with it, that's fine. I just want to point it out.
Sure.
You guys can decide what you want to do.
Sure.
There was a motion and a second.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Me.
No. Motion carries 3-2.
You voted no? I'm sorry.
Go to, it's past 7:15, go to our previously scheduled 7:15 public hearing, transfer alcohol license, Thompson Club Inc. to Yeba Group LLC, DBA Teresa's Prime, Grill 19. Mr. Fode, do we have a,
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the transfer of the common victual all alcohol license from Thompson Club, Inc. to Yeba Group LLC, DBA Teresa's Prime, Grill 19, 20 Elm Street, North Reading, Mass.
we have a public notice we have to,
Oh, I'm sorry, you do. Notice of public hearing in accordance with Chapter 138 of the Massachusetts General Laws. A public hearing will be held by the Board of Selectmen in Room 14, Town Hall 235 North Street on Tuesday, September 4th, 2012 at 7:15 p.m. on the application of the Yeba Group LLC DBA Teresa's Prime Grill 19 for the transfer of the common victual alcohol license from Thompson Club Inc. license to be exercised at 20 Elm Street, North Reading, Massachusetts, 2 floors totaling 21,816 square feet floor space, 1-floor restaurant, grill room, 2-floor restaurant and function hall. Board of Selectmen, 8/23/2012.
and open the public hearing, and we have representatives on behalf of Yeba Group.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. My name is Scott Ford. I'm the attorney for Mr. Yeba.
That works a
Mr.
little
Yeba's
better.
here with me.
That might look a little better for you. This.
Oh, yeah, do that if you want to,
That looks like a pretty heavy.
We have some renderings. Where would the board like those set up?
maybe if you present,
Actually, if you turn them so the cameras could see them,
right.
the camera person could probably help you with that.
Where's the camera? Is it-
Actually, you probably
The
right over here.
cameras could see him.
Yeah, if you can see them.
Just see the corner, camera in the corner over there.
Okay.
Maybe pan in on them occasionally.
Yeah. Just refer to them.
They really don't like to take the camera off of Allison too long.
As a preliminary matter,
Viewership goes down.
I have affidavit of notice for submission, register receipts for the 300 or so providers that.
Sure, you can turn those over.
Secretary, yeah, either way.
That's fine with
There you
her.
go.
Thank you. Good evening. As we've just identified, my name is Scott Ford. Mr. Yeba is here with me, and we're here on the transfer of the alcohol license currently at 20 Elm Street from the Thompson Club to the Yeba Group LLC. A bit of history, Mr. Yeba is purchasing the function facility, grill room, and restaurant at 20 Elm Street from the Thompson Club, and is seeking to maintain the same level of service there, the same type of service, rather, the function facility, the grill room, and the restaurant. We can give a brief presentation, or we can open the floor to questions, whichever the board prefers.
Why don't you go ahead with your presentation, and then we'll probably have some questions following that.
Okay. As you can see, well, maybe you can't see, but as you can see, we have a rendering. We're going to be operating a function facility and restaurant at the facility identified as Teresa's Prime. And that's going to, Teresa's Prime is going to be the restaurant there. It's going to be a steakhouse, and Teresa's Grill 19, the 19th hole, is going to be a grill room in the, if you're familiar with the facility,
In the basement?
The room in the basement right now, adjacent to the pools. In addition to that, there's going to be the same operation as the function facility that's there now for weddings and you know, showers and things of that nature. We have two color renderings right now. This is this proposed adjustments to the facade and also a renovation of the interior building. It's a substantial project. We're purchasing the property for $2.2 million, and we're proposing to do an additional roughly $3 million worth of renovations, well, inside the facility to really operate it as a high-end facility. If you are familiar, Mr. Yeba operates Teresa's Italian Eatery in Middleton, which currently is a restaurant with a function facility there as well. So he has extensive experience in this area, and is available for any questions or comments you might have. I might invite you to Mr. Eber up, or ask the board of any questions that they have.
Board members, do you have any questions?
What's your timeline? What timeline are you talking about as far as, at some point are you going to be closing, the facility going to be closing down, and then renovation's
Yes,
going to take
the
place?
facility should be closed at the end of October, when we'll take over. We've been working diligently with the Board of Health because the system is bad. We're redoing the system, septic system, and what we're doing right now also is doing the design work, working on all the paperwork to get the job done, getting ready to go out to bid. So if our timeline stays the way it should, we'll be closing around the end of October, 1st of November, and we should be reopening sometime in March or April, if everything goes well. Yeah, we've brought in some large contractors so that they can kind of get it from all corners instead of starting at one side and trying to, work their way down. So one team will be working downstairs. And to give you a little idea of if you've ever been to Teresa's, I'm not sure how many have, but we try to do things in a very high-level way. We own that shopping center, by the way, as well. We own the medical center with Dr. Alara and Family Medicine's located as well. But what we wanted to do with this here is we want to make this kind of a shining star. As you can see of the original renditions of the front of the building, we're separating what was once all one, So when the brides come in, they can go to that one side, when the customers for the steakhouse, to the other side. What we're doing into the steakhouse is we're kind of giving it we call it a high-end, moderately priced restaurant, okay? So it'll feel very, very comfortable and very, very plush, but yet there'll be no $10 potatoes, if you can understand what I mean. And it's being designed in such a way, if you're familiar with the Thompson, there's glass that goes all the way around that side, and it overlooks the pool. By the way, there has been a lot of questions as far as the pools. The pools are staying, the golf, the driving range is staying, the tennis courts are staying. We're one small thing. We're redoing them all. All that concrete that's around the pools, we're just doing them all. We're putting a lot of greenery there, a lot of uplighting. So coming back to the steakhouse, when you're sitting in the steakhouse and you overlook out to the yard, you'll be overlooking the pool, lit summer, winter, fall, all year long. So it'll give a nice ambiance.
Mr. Eber, if I may.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but, so are you gonna run the pool still as a pool club, or?
We're gonna do a private membership for the pool club and the tennis courts, for anybody that wants to be part of that there. We've got lots of calls from the people up at the greens, the folks up there. We've got a lot of calls from the neighborhoods and people that want to come and use the facility. One of the things that when we first announced that we were, going to buy the club, everybody heard, we're going to build houses, we're going to knock down pools. That isn't what we have planned for this property. We're going to keep pretty much all of it green, except for what we're taking out and actually adding more green to it. It's a great club. I remember being there when I was a kid and going to weddings. It's kind of a thing with me that I want this to be something very special for the community and the people that come into it. So, getting back, steakhouse will be set up in such a way that there'll be reservations. It will only be open 4 or 5 days a week. It won't be open 7 days a week. It won't be open all day. It'll be kind of a special place where you want to take a special person for a night. White tablecloths. If you look there, there's piano. You can't see it on the side yet, but piano. We're removing, for those that again are familiar with the Thompson, what's now the bar and the dining room is coming out. That's going to be a kitchen. And where the offices are, those are coming out, and that's what's going to be the bar. So we're flip-flopping things around. Literally, we're going through the entire building, inside, outside. What we found was the building itself is a good building. The bones are real good. It's a strong building. It just needs a lot of loving care there to get it to where we want it to be. So that's that's pretty much what the steakhouse is gonna be. All the entrances, all the common areas are being done over to really enhance the property. We get into the ballroom, there's the big ballroom that's there now currently. And basically, stripped ceilings, walls, floors, all that comes out, and we redo it all, make it look pretty. Lots of chandeliers, a lot of glassy lights, nice soft tone. We're putting in a second doorway, if I may just give you an idea. I'm not that old, They're putting this extra piece of facade on the buildings for a reason, so that they don't get that wind into the double set of doors, so they don't get that blast into the function room. Right now, it's wide open. Another thing, if you looked at the Thompson, it's got a lot of steel rails everywhere. There's all kinds of stuff happening. That's all gonna come out, we're gonna do I guess it's the 1 to 20 grade, so everything is straight in. It looks nice. It's got a nice appeal to it. It meets all the ADA. If you've been to Teresa's, there is an inch of place that's not ADA. I myself, as a disabled veteran, I can understand how important that is, that everything should be just the way it's supposed to be, and this is how this is all gonna work out at the end of the day, both on this side and this side here as well. Now, the side you can't see, we'll take a walk downstairs now. Downstairs in this corner, is a kind of a walkway that brings you to where the office go in, under the building. We're just gonna pull the building out a little bit there and put a new, get back here, gonna put a new entrance in there. And we're taking out the locker room and put a big hallway and and move an office downstairs for our function person. And that'll bring you into the grill room. Grill room basically is what it is. We're gonna tear it apart and redo it. Nothing, there's only so much we can do with that there. But it's gonna be done nicely. We're gonna take the U-bar out, we're gonna put a long bar in, put a lot of booths in, booths in. They make it cozy, make it nice. So for those that wanna just come in and have something light to eat, a couple of drinks, it'll be nice. It'll be another nice attraction or a benefit for the club itself. As you know, that they won't have a clubhouse on the other side, but we've worked with them and we feel that we can make this thing work. So even though it's two separate entities, we can make it look like it's kind of part of, so it'll bring up an upbeat to the...
The hours of operation for Grill 19 will be expanded beyond...
7 days a week.
Yeah, okay.
7 days a week, as Teresa's is 11 to 11. Usually we're out of there by 10:30. If you go down 114, I could lay on the ground, you'd find me the next morning there. The only thing is you have to bring a cup of coffee with you because there is no traffic that late at night. Our clientele is a much different clientele. If you've been to Teresa's, you'll see it. It's a mature, different type of clientele. The beer drinking kids are not in there. It isn't what we do there. You understand? Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just the type of clientele we don't pursue. We pursue the couples that come in. They want to go out for the night, have a couple things, couple of drinks maybe, and relax. Kids are back to school. That type of an atmosphere. And with the way the glass is being put in the back, we're taking out that wall of glass and putting a new wall of glass. So, I mean, not pretty much, everything in there is coming out, you understand? So the landscaping, Colmack Brothers has got the contract to do that there. They're going to literally gut everything out. One thing I skipped, when you're coming in, I started to tell you to that road to where the pub is,
Right.
you know how you cut in, you kind of cuts in sharp, they're coming out with it. So when you walk in, like you're not walking into a cellar.
Sure.
You're coming out far and then walking in, kind of makes it so that it has a nice appearance. And that'll be all lit, all glass, and they'll do something like a cobblestone walk from the parking lot to kind of bring you into that field, that area. So when you look at the building, it's a big property, but it's got a lot of things going on at the same time. And we're used to that. Trust me, we're used to that. And we feel really excited about it, and we'd love to pursue the opportunity to do this. Obviously, we need the liquor license, or else it won't work. I've never been to a wedding without liquor, but I can assure you, you can check my credentials. I've been in business for 41 years. Never had a blemish on my record. I've been in the restaurant business. Now we're going into our 6th year. never a blemish on our record. We've had phenomenal results with controlling our liquor and we haven't had one incident, knock on wood, in that place since we've opened it. There hasn't been one time the police have been called to that place. And we do a lot of business, we do a lot of parties, we do a lot of functions. It's just the clientele. We say no a lot to a lot of people because we don't, again, there's a place for everybody. Certain things are not what we want, and we're very careful of that. There, it isn't rented.
Mr. O'Leary? Just in relation to the pool area, are you planning on having any type of food or beverage out in the pool area?
There's food out there, and I'll be quite honest with you, and we're not asking for that this evening. We're thinking about this here because we've got a lot of, we've spent some time at the pool, myself and my wife, and we've talked to people that are in there now, and they say, we would like to have something in there. There's food in there now, but we're definitely going to upgrade that.
Wouldn't take much to upgrade, yeah.
I mean, that's going to be upgraded. And we're going to put some food in there for the kids. Inexpensive stuff, sandwiches, hot dogs, hamburgers, some maybe pasta and meatballs, keeping it in the $5 or $6 range for the families. Maybe at a point do something with some light liquor there, beer or wine maybe, or whatever. May not. I mean, we haven't really thought about it that much. We'll keep it away from the kids naturally, but that is a question. But it's something we haven't really locked down. The food, yes, though, because they've got it already now.
Just in relation to the immediate neighborhood, screening, adequate screening. I mean, what are you going to do for outside lighting? As far as have you changed it outside lighting, which is going to impact?
Basically, what happened to our? The only lighting that we're really concentrating on is landscape lighting. There really isn't anything in the plan that's going to change any lighting. I get that bag in. I mean, there's houses on this side.
Right.
We know that, we've got to be real careful with that here. But there is nothing, and I talked to some of the folks, right, about dumpsters and noise and stuff like that on this side of the building. So we got to be real careful. We're going to clean that side of the building up right now. Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. The two new entrances,
Yeah.
that looks to me like from the picture, it has uplighting
Those are
coming right
uplighting
from the tower.
What they have proposed is uplighting in there. I think they overemphasize.
Oh, I don't know, it kind of looks nice.
It looks nice, but I think they overemphasize.
Yeah.
That can be adjusted if it's a problem, but it doesn't affect anybody. But the
It looks
problem
nice
in my
to you.
house.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh, no, I'm not saying,
if I look at my house at it, it's not isolated.
That's something I think would make it look good. We want it to appear nice from the highway. We want it, there's a whole lot that's going to be done to make it look nice.
well,
But here's
it's really not a highway. I mean,
we're on a highway there.
62?
no, I know.
On this side, we know we're abutting the houses, and that's pretty much what we have as an issue. There is no lighting that's going in there that we have. There may be a couple of lights over the door that need to be, put in and face down. There is a natural screening there with the trees, but there is no plan for any lighting. Most of the lighting that's going into this project is all called uplighting. That's going into the shrubs to accent the trees and accent the grounds and make them look pretty once they put them in. There may be a fountain up at this end they're trying to talk me into, but that's on the other side and away from everybody. Let me give you a little background too about myself. I also own the Embassy Suites Hotel at Logan Airport, which abuts 50, 60, 70 homes. Right. It's right, if you're familiar with Logan, it's right next to the homes. We built that and opened that. It's a 10-story building. We opened that in 2003. Took us a while to build it because it's a big property. It's 650,000 square feet. And we did everything for the community to make sure that it didn't affect, and we have not had a complaint about any problems that we did. We're very sensitive. We're used to working in communities much closer than where we are right now. So we're very, very careful in how we proceed. Noise control, light control. We like to put a lot of greenery, keep everything looking nice, keep everything separate. And that's in doing this design, that's also, we keep that in mind. That's pretty much the outside of the building, that's pretty much outside of what we're doing. The pools are way over here, so there shouldn't be any problems or anything that's gonna create a problem there. Because those are running 3 months and they close at a certain time anyways. The strip club in the back, however, that won't be open.
You were good up until that point.
Mr.
Prisco?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sorry.
Mr. Prisco does. And then this back to Mr.
You'd mentioned the tennis courts and you mentioned the pool. There is a driving range on the property as well.
That is also true.
Is that going to be closed, or
It's going to stay open.
it's going to stay open?
We're working, one of the problems with the way this thing worked out is the driving range is on the
That side of the
side of
road.
the street. And the club needs the driving range, so we're working out something with them right now to continue using the driving range.
That's not a condition of the sale, right? I'm sorry, Steve.
No, it's not a condition of the sale.
Mr. O'Leary?
Any, other than the pool area, are you planning any outside eating area off of the grill down?
The only thing that's there right now is I guess they call the pavilion, and that's a piece of, covered area that I guess during the summer, they'll have events in there. We were going to, utilize it if we had to. And again, we know it's leaning on the other side of the road, so, on that side of the property, so we'd have to be careful
And
about
again, as
timing.
far as designated smoking areas, any thought to that, as to what you're planning on doing and where it's going to be located?
We would definitely have to do that, because they'd have to be far enough away from the restaurant. I know we have, at Teresa's, we have the deck, and we don't allow people to smoke on the deck, because it's still part and parcel of the restaurant. We ask them, if you have to walk away, go into the parking lot, do what you have to do, but you can't do it within the perimeter of the
Just as a
building.
note, by the way, we've had some issues with other establishments in town, some of the newer ones, in relation to smokers being out in the parking lot, and the chatter carries. Currently, I suppose one of the reasons it's for sale, or is for sale, not sold, is that, it wasn't generating a lot of business, so the impact on the neighborhood was minimal. I anticipate and hope and wish you much success, but with that comes a lot more traffic and potentially more impact to the
Unquestionably.
direct abutters. So the question comes, do you see, or are you proposing any type of mitigating screening or anything other than what's there currently?
Well, we've taken that into consideration to what's there right now, the screening on that side of the building, which is the side that we really need to be careful of, because there's nothing else. Once you get on the other side, there's 26 acres of trees and grass, so there's really no real threat to anyone except for that side of the street.
Left-hand side. Yep.
On that side there. But it's pretty thick, it's heavy there as far as the greenery. There's a lot of green area there, there's a lot of trees there, a lot of big trees there. So we think that in itself will handle things well. I think that in itself will be okay.
Mr. Fode?
Steve, have you had a meeting or had a public meeting with the abutters, or have you reached out to them as of yet?
Not as of yet, no.
Okay.
I believe that there's some sort of a meeting happening in September. The Thompson notified me that they're bringing everybody together just to talk, but I think they wanted to get through this meeting first. I'm not quite sure. We're always well open, and we've met a lot of people that are about some of these folks here are customers that have come down, and we've had some conversation about the area and about the, what we're doing. And how many people do we notify? About 300 people we notified. We notified everybody, the whole 300 and some odd people of what we're doing. But again, we'll be very cautious. If we saw that something wasn't giving us, or something was giving us a problem as we went down the line, we would naturally correct it. We want to be good neighbors because we don't intend to, this isn't a hit and miss. We're spending an awful lot of time and money into this project. We expect it to be a successful one, but we don't want to be, we want it to be a successful one, but not a hindrance to the community or anybody else. And we don't want the problems any more than we want to give the problems to the neighborhood or anybody that lives in the proximity of the property. As a matter of fact, when it's done, it's going to actually, it's going to be a diamond when it's finished, with the landscaping all being done, with the uplighting, and some of the lighting that they got there, they're going to just take out. It's unnecessary. It can be done with down lighting. So all the pieces that are there are really built to make it look and react to people and neighborhoods and what it should.
Mr. Prisco, you had your hand raised.
Are you going to allow the public to speak?
Yes.
Then I'll hold on.
I'm just curious, if you know, maybe your attorney can answer, you could too. Are you going to be subject to site plan review and have to go before the planning commission for the renovations? I'm asking you not rhetorically, because I don't know the answer to my question.
I was made to
They may not
understand
be.
we did not have to do that.
You're not changing the footprint, so there's, okay.
We're not doing anything to make that building bigger or smaller
Okay.
or anything else. It's just tearing, you can see, just ripping it apart and kind of,
Okay, yeah, that being the case, then there isn't any real opportunity to address abutters' concerns and any additional screening. If there were issues with the facility as it currently exists, it may be able to be addressed with the new ownership, if we're subject to site plan review. It's a great opportunity for the community. No,
Yeah,
not so
yeah.
much for you, but,
Right.
okay. So, and I would just ask that you, and I know you run a very good operation, first-class operation, you know, that you be extremely cognizant of the neighbors and sensitive to what their concerns are. I'm sure we'll listen shortly from people as to what they'd like to see or what their concerns are.
there's no question, Mr. O'Leary, that, you know, we gotta live together in the same area, but it has to be that way.
You're right around the corner anyway, right?
I'm only about 1,000 yards from the, I'm right on the Middleton, North Reading line, so I can almost bicycle, I can, without any problem. Walking, I can do, running, no. But I mean, again, if you look at anything we've done, we've always watched. Life is tough enough. If we can do something that makes things better, that are reasonable, we'll do them. We don't want problems with communities. We want them to be our friends, and we want them to be our customers, actually. Excuse me. So it behooves us not to look at these things and try to make them work, you understand?
Mr. Wucieri.
Are you doing anything with the parking lot itself?
They're looking at the parking lot. There's some repairs that have to be made to the parking lot, but nothing in general. They'll probably re-seal it and reline it. Nothing
Lighting?
major. That I've been told, thank God, yet. I mean, I hope there's nothing that we have to do there.
Lighting?
No, the lighting is ample, they told me, and I don't think I want to put
There
anything more
won't
in
be a
there.
change to what people are used to?
I'm sorry, sir?
There won't be a change to what people are currently used to?
No. No, the lighting actually is ample there. We don't want to make that any brighter. The emphasis is going to be on the building, not the parking lot, but there is enough lighting there to create the, you know, first of all, the safety, and the, you know, the safe operation of the parking lot. We wouldn't want to tweak that there. I know when we did Middleton, because we were up against the Phillip Pond.
Right.
We've got 177 units in there, and we were very careful about they have the way of knowing how many, you know, how much each light puts out, and so it doesn't flash. I don't know the technical terms, but the engineers, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that. We like a lot of lighting sometimes because of safety and for our customers. So there's no problems, but knock on wood, we haven't had any problems with any of that there, but there's no reason to touch wood. Don't fix what isn't broken. There's ample light. They tell us it's fine.
Anything further from board members?
Not at this time.
We'll open up any questions or comments from the public. All I'd ask you to do is stand up, come to the microphone, identify yourself by name and your address. So, sir?
My name is Bruce Puglia. I live at number 5 Gillis, which the back of my property abuts what you call the pavilion. Been there for 20 years, so there's, you know, I've seen it all over there. Our biggest concern, the people down on Gillis Drive, is your hours outside. Right now, they have to shut down at 9 o'clock. And some of the functions, it's a nightmare until 9 o'clock. So, you know, their weddings and, you know, or the end of a golf outing, you know, with the DJ, with the raffles on the microphone. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I got to tell you, I've invested in an 8-foot stock. All that buffer you see, I paid for. An 8-foot stockade fence, and that didn't do it. A stand of pines, which are now 60 feet high. That's our biggest concern, is that pavilion outside. What's going to go on outside there at night?
Well, let's go back to what you said. Remember, so there was a lot of buffer there, and then you put it there. Obviously, we're not sure. And when I say, let me finish.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't believe, and I can come back a couple of steps, because we have an outside deck at Teresa's. At 8 o'clock, you can't stand out there.
Right.
It's impossible. The mosquitoes eat you alive. So I don't see that being a situation where we're going to be running all night, late functions at all out there. That's a real problem to start off with, because it's just not set for it.
Right.
But we haven't got into that. I don't know.
Well,
I don't even know. There may be one a year, there may be 6 a year, there may be none a year.
Right. Well, let me back up. I've met you. This guy runs a super clean operation, nice guy. I wish you all success, okay? And I'm all for expanding business. But I got to tell you, I mean, Steve, you know, we have put up with hot air balloons floating over our backyard with Remax. We have put up with Dunk the Clown. I mean, you can't believe the stuff that has gone there. I'm telling you, I've been there for 12 years.
I'm not laughing.
And the
yeah.
previous administration, it's not as bad now. The manager at the Thompson before was an absolute nightmare. And when you complain, I've actually complained to the cops, and they said, hey, too bad, the cops would be there. They said, hey, go live with it, deal with it when I had babies. I mean, it has been a nightmare. So naturally, you know, we're a little concerned. And it's more so, the place sounds fantastic, it's great. Everything you said is great, I can't wait to go there. That outside pavilion, I'm telling you, because that's where the drinkers are downstairs. I know, I'm a drinker, that's where they are, okay? And with functions going on, and then they end up down there, after a big golf outing or after a wedding, I gotta tell you, you try living there, man, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. When they get on the microphone, raffle after raffle after raffle, I mean, it's just, you know, so now's our chance to maybe kind of, you know what I mean? We're really concerned about that outdoor pavilion.
Can I ask you?
Yep.
How late does an event like that go?
They agreed now, they agreed to shut it down at 9 o'clock after, it used to go on forever with the last manager. And then the new guy came in and he stopped it at 9, and I'm telling you, at 9:01 they're done. At 8:59 it's cranking, but they do. There was just one like a week ago. I mean, unreal. But at 9 o'clock they do go inside. You believe me, we put up with, you can still hear it cranking inside, but they're indoors. But you can still hear, you know, when there's a big party, a big wedding. I understand. I get it.
May I interrupt you for 1 second? One of the things that's going to be a little bit different, well, you just said it.
Yeah.
They're going to come from outside, inside. This is a public restaurant. You can't bring that kind of a party in a restaurant.
But at a function, though.
No, you can't do it.
Okay.
Can't be done. Because here's the problem. You're here with your wife having drinks, have nothing to do with that party. No. If we ran a party outside, that's totally independent of what's happening inside. Has to be. Because now what happens, the club, I think, I'm not sure, and please don't quote me, but I think what happens is that the downstairs restaurant, grill room, whatever you want to call it, and the outdoor pavilion are one. That's basically, it's one, because it's operating as one unit, not here. The restaurant that's going downstairs, he might be here with his wife, he may be here with his kids, I can't have those people running in there. And it's, first of all, it's not big enough to start off with. It's only 60, 70 people, the maximum they're going to put down there, maybe 80 if we're lucky. But one doesn't interfere with the other. Now, let's talk about the outside. If there was to be something outside, I don't know about this Remax thing and the hot balloons, and I would be kind of upset with it myself if I was living next door. See, if I'm upset with it, you're not going to have it because
That's all gone away.
But let me finish, if I may. If I'm upset with it, if I had to live with it, I was upset, I'm not going to let you bear that, it's not the right thing to do. We would, if we did use that for some sort of outdoor activities, we would make sure, one, that it was kept reasonably as far as time, and two, that it wasn't a circus.
Right.
Okay? I'm talking about a company outing, maybe a Raytheon or something like that, they're coming in and being out of there. When it gets dark, it's over. I don't care what you tell me, because you can't take the pain.
You haven't heard the issue, haven't heard any talk about it. Do you have any restriction, any problem with a restriction of 9 o'clock for any outdoor function in that area?
Any amplified music?
Huh?
It sounds like amplified music might be the problem.
I think people.
Well, it sounds like it's not only music, it sounds
just
like
people in general.
more than that.
Yeah,
to me.
people are
It sounds-
outside. I don't mind putting a restriction. The problem with restrictions are, we would like to control it. We would like to give it an opportunity to see if it works. If it didn't work, we would more than be glad to come back here and drop a restriction on it.
Yeah, that's our only thing. I mean, we
I mean, does that make
put up with it
sense?
till 9. We're all used to it now. We put
Yeah.
up till 9.
Well, no, you don't-
Even
yeah,
without
I'm-
an amplifier,
but-
believe me,
but-
you know, there's 100 people out there drinking and talking in the summertime. You know what I mean? And it's always doing. There's mosquitoes, there's no more mosquitoes in Middleton. We're not gonna depend on mosquitoes.
I can just have one at a time.
Yeah.
Just-
No, my point is, you know, we've put up a lot with over there, and then we finally got the place where you could live with it, you know what I mean? And when there's something going on, we're just watching the clock, well, you know what, it's gonna be over at 9, you know? And at 9, they're good, you know, it's very loud, we put up with it till 9, you know? We're just afraid now it's gonna turn into 10 and 11, back to where we were, that's all, you know?
Mr. Chairman.
I mean, I think it's a reasonable, I think this place sounds awesome, don't get me wrong, but I mean, if you live there, this would be a concern.
What type of arrangement, if any, are you making with the Thompson Golf Course for outings?
Well-
Are you coming to any agreement with that? I
We
mean, if they run an outing with...
haven't discussed any, and they've asked us to consider them, and naturally we will. They have several,
And again, many times, a lot of the issues stem from outings.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it's golf outings,
golf outings.
which, you know, which lasted to the night, didn't it?
Yeah, we've been, I mean, it's,
Right.
you know.
So I'm just curious as to, I mean, obviously, the Thompson Club
But
wants to
again,
continue
you see
to
what
be
it-
able to offer the outings and have a place for people to go, and it's a win-win.
If I may, the biggest scenario is that, again, the way the setup is currently, is a lot different from the setup that we're doing. That I don't know how much of that we can really do. And we can't bring 60, 70 people outside that are having an outing inside the restaurant when it's packed, or if it's packed. So that has to be looked at. I'm not sure it's even reasonable to consider using that all the time. But, I mean, I would like the opportunity to have that benefit during the day. But, in your case of noise, no question about it, there shouldn't be any noise. There shouldn't be any disturbance, so these should be shut down at a certain time, if that is the case. It's kind of a different ballgame of what you got right now, you understand? And we would be willing to revisit it if we didn't keep our word.
That's my question is, and I know you're sincere, but my question is, what recourse do we have if it becomes an issue? You know?
Come back here.
You come back here.
Back here with complaints, and they're up annually for renewal of the license if there's an issue.
You know, we-
or even
that's the
in
last thing we
between.
wanna-
There's
That's fine,
a
yeah.
show
I'm
cause
fine.
hearing to
It's
be
not
held.
an issue. And one more, to move on to one other thing. There's something else, and this is a very, very easy one for you, but it's been going on forever. You gotta change the dumpster pickup time. I've asked him over and over, because Jerry Moskin is a member there, and it won't. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. every Friday morning, and in the winter, when the trash is frozen in there, he slams it, am I lying? You can hear it, I mean, you gotta see what goes on. 4 a.m. every Friday, the kid, they think they're being quiet, he rolls down, so the backup alarm isn't on, he puts it into it till it rolls down. I'm a trucker, I know exactly what he's doing. You still hear him set his brakes, picks it up, he slams that dumpster probably 30 times. At 4 a.m., it's like a bomb going off. If you gotta
But
get
you
up at
didn't hear
5...
it back it in anyway, though.
Excuse me?
But you didn't hear it back it in. That was good.
Well,
Yeah,
whatever, you know what I mean? If you gotta get up at 5 and someone's waking you up at 4, you're done, you know what I mean? I've asked him 1,000
Before
times.
you go any further with that, we said that at the restaurant,
Yeah.
what's the first thing I told you?
Right.
Never
We'll
happen
take care
again.
of it. Thank you. I mean, that's...
Never happen
that's a-
again.
That's an
That I
easy
can
one.
guarantee you'll never happen again.
They were told not to do it again.
But they
No,
keep
no,
telling
no.
Moskin, and he says okay, and then he tells this guy to be really quiet.
They're asking
You know.
the company he hires too, it's up to him
Well,
to make sure
it's-
that company doesn't
Yeah,
go there.
that won't-
And if
that
they
will
continue,
not
then you
happen.
get another company.
That will not
That's an
happen.
easy one.
And that's, I'll be honest with you, if they're doing that, we have 4 dumpsters at Teresa's.
Right.
They come at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And they don't bang them.
It's been
There's no
going on.
reason to bang them. I told you that
Yeah.
night.
That's an easy one. You know,
That's
we're more
one, that's
concerned-
without, I wouldn't want that in my, no, no.
We solved that. We'll
Yeah,
deal with
no,
the
that's-
9 o'clock
it's-
issue.
I'm just, well, I have a form, I'm just,
We'll come back
it is
to
an
that.
issue, but that's minor compared to the outdoor thing, that's all.
I think you like the
We'll
answer to
allow it.
that better than the answer to the other
Yeah, right,
question.
right.
So, do you have anything else?
No, but I'm not really sure what the answer was, like, what, so what?
Well,
really-
we're going to
All right.
decide. We've heard you. So
Thank you.
I understand, recognize the issue. Sir?
Richard Gentile, 8 Gillis Drive, right across the street. How you doing?
How's it going?
The rendition, if the artist is overemphasized, it does look a bit lit, and I am concerned about that. And the question I have is, again, an easy question, and I think I mentioned this at the restaurant as well. The signage against Elm Street, or the highway, what type of sign are you
We have a
putting up?
design, you have to be
And is there
clear.
a covenants to say, is there any kind of limitation, size-wise,
We have a-
that we have to abide by? And the amount of lighting on Elm Street, I'm concerned about that. And also, to back up my neighbors, it seems to be corporate functions. If they could limit the corporate away from the back, the pavilion, I think it would help a lot. The times we've had issues, I think, is when we have the corporate functions and the drinking goes on. It's a different type of crowd, whether it's, they just want to let loose, you know, and it just gets loud. That's,
Well, we can certainly appreciate that.
you know, the Raytheon, like you had mentioned earlier, that there seems to be where the
Well,
fellows do.
most of the ones that I haven't told about, most of the ones, and I can only go by what I'm told, and most of the ones that we look at are daytime functions, if any. Clam bakes, barbecues, they're out of there by 5 or 6 o'clock and it's over with. That's even if we that's an area of business that we really haven't explored. So I'm talking out of school by saying that.
Sure.
But I'm not talking out of school by saying that we will do everything it takes to make it so that you don't have a problem. Like I said with the dumpster, that I could fix in a heartbeat.
Right, well, that is, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Jimmy
I'm
Moss,
across the
just
street
one phone
right
call,
here,
that's over
I'll tell you.
with. All right?
But,
But so let me, if I may address the lighting for you.
Yeah.
The lighting on, we haven't, here's one of the things that we have as a problem. The lighting that they have, or the signage that they have on 62 is almost not
It's
there.
minimal. It's very
You
minimal.
can't read. It's more dangerous not to see than to see.
Well, like, they did with the
So
other client.
it really is, if I may. So our design people, we may have to go back to the Board of Appeals or something, and we may need a little bit more because we have several different things going into this thing rather than one. So there may be something there that we have to increase, I'll be honest with you. But whatever we do there, it's not going to affect the neighborhood, and let me finish.
Yep.
And it's not going to have any bright, shiny, flashing lights that are going anywhere that's going to cause anybody a problem.
Well, the question I have to the group.
No reader boards neither.
Is there a covenants in place that regulates that?
There's a bylaw.
I'm asking.
There's a bylaw.
There are bylaws that restrict the size and type
Do
of
we
sign.
have that? Is
Lighting
it,
on the
do you
sign.
know of it right now that you can tell me about it? Or not yet, that need to be researched?
Not specifically as far as what it is. It has to do with square footage of the building, as if they're going to put anything on the building, and then what can be out front, lighting, lumens, stuff like
So
that.
there'll be a hearing
So
for
it
it,
comes
too.
under site plan review, planning commission, and the building inspector.
Is there a covenant that trees is prime besides that, the font being used, the size of the actual wording, is there a covenant on that?
Yep.
There is.
And then when planning, it's going to be a
Oh,
posted
so
meeting.
that was already done?
No,
Oh,
I
that's.
don't believe it has been done.
Go ahead.
So
Then I'm
there will
thinking-
be a
so I'm thinking
posted
I
meeting,
understand.
you can attend, you can hear the
Well, they're
details.
going
of the
to,
brief.
maybe not. What's going to happen is they will propose a sign and give it to the building inspector. And the building inspector will make a determination based upon the bylaw whether it meets the requirements or not. If it's outside the requirements of the bylaws, it would then have to go before the Board of Appeals
Right.
and have a public hearing. to do
And I'll be
something else.
notified via mail on that?
But, yes, because you're a
Okay.
direct abutter within
Very
300
good.
feet.
I have no
Within
question.
300 feet.
Okay, very good.
And so if there's a public meeting required, you will be notified within 300 feet.
Very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public have a comment, a statement, or a question?
This gentleman.
Sir, come on right up.
My foot fell asleep, I apologize. My name is Jeff Stoltz. I am from 2 Gillis Drive. And first of all, a question for you. We're looking at this, and this looks like an area where people are going to be congregating from your picture. Is that true? Because that is right next to our properties.
This,
Your picture. And created.
right now, this is all functional as the house. There's no change in what we're doing. Everything is the way it is. All they're doing is the facade is different. If people could walk here today, they could walk here.
Although it looks like, actually, from the way you have this design, it looks like it shoots people out that way. I don't remember Thompson's looking that way.
This is wide open underneath. All they're doing is a new parapet and new walling on the side. They're not changing really anything. They put people, it's the same with this, they show that there's activity there. I'm not sure why anybody would be walking down off the edge of the building.
Well, it also looks like, if I see a light there, it almost looks like you can walk around that area, which would be right behind.
That's the side of the building, there's no walkway along the side
I'm
of that.
sorry, though, if you look at the picture, there's clearly, looks like a lit light there, and it looks like it
So I'm
extends
going to
back
ask,
around.
is there a walkway on the left side of that building?
No, sir.
Will there be a walkway
No,
on the
sir.
left side of that building?
No, sir. What's there is there. It's just going to be improved. And
Is there-
part of-
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
the only thing that's happening there is there's a parapet where the roof is, they're taking, if you remember that, we should have took some old pictures, there's a big square, it overhangs,
Right.
just the way this overhangs. The only difference is that they're ripping that down, putting a new overhang that has a... and
There's
there's
an
the-
overhang on the function hall side?
Yeah.
Where the railings are? to go
Yeah,
in?
it's a square one, it comes like,
Yeah.
it comes straight down and goes in like this here to the wall. So you want to get rid of that box and make it look a lot
So
nicer.
it's just a walkway, it's not a place to hang out and drink.
Well,
No, you can't drink outside, you cannot drink outside by law anyways. You
doesn't
can't
mean
drink
they're not
outside
gonna
by
do
law
this.
anyways.
But you can go out to smoke
You can go
And
outside
talk.
and smoke, but you...
and party, even if not with alcohol.
Well, you can do that anyway.
You could always have.
You can do that anyways. I can't lie to you. But I will tell you one thing, we will not allow people to take a drink outside the building, because that's violating my liquor license. You guys know that, right? That you can't do that there. Smoking, they can't smoke anywhere underneath there, because it's still the confines of the restaurant, as it is with Teresa's. If you look at that deck, that's the same, almost the same effect. We will not, and people say, well, we're outside. It's still, and that's what makes it outside, part of it. You have a railing over here that locks into the restaurant. You're in the confines of the restaurant when you're within that space. Now, if they walk up to the parking lot, I can't prevent or stop that. There's nothing I can do to stop that. But I can't tell somebody they can't go out in the parking lot and have a cigarette. That would be, I think, illegal to do. But within the confines, which is that walkway, that overhang, you can't drink, nor can you smoke legally there. You know, we would catch them, we'd stop them. And plus, they make a mess of the boot, you know.
Is there additional lighting that you're proposing?
There's lights under there now.
It's already there.
There's
That's why I
already
asked
there,
if
there's
there was
lights underneath there now,
additional
yeah. I don't know if they're functional, but there are lights underneath there now, there's lighting underneath there. But that's just, down lighting, that's all. To give the accent to the building. You want to accent the building as much as we can.
So unfortunately, I only found out about this when I received your letter about a week ago, my wife and I. And so I had not had the opportunity to go to Teresa's. I have no knowledge. And certainly, nobody has reached out from this organization to my family on 2 Gillis Drive to share what was going to happen. So I'm going to start off by saying I feel at a little bit of a disadvantage, as with some of my questions here, because I haven't had the chance really to explore it. So what I can go by is what you're showing. And the first thing, and I'm going to doubly highlight it because I would like a commitment on this, is that we already have a lot of light pollution in and around our property. And what you're showing there...
Coming from the complex that's there?
There is some from the complex, but this is obviously dramatically more. There's also light around us. I mean, I for my part, like seeing the stars. And it sounds like we're talking about a lot more lighting out on the property itself, which I'm sure would be very nice for the people who are there, but not necessarily for the people who live around it. Dramatic lighting, I didn't draw that. You're bringing that in as your artist's conception. Dramatic additional lighting And I'm looking to this group to saying, what type of a commitment do we have that this new facility is not going to dramatically change what the lighting is going to be like in and around the Thompson Country Club? Because I know when you've been here 20 years, we've been there for about the same amount of time. And I'm looking at this as a community, and our community, has been, and when we came in, it was one that was integrated between the homeowners and the golf club and the clubhouse. And not to say that there haven't been some issues with it, there have, and you've worked with it, we've worked with them as well, to try to get the best for all. But there are a number of things. First of all, this is would be a dramatic change for our community as well as for those of us who abut that property. The second thing, and this is a question that I would ask, is this is a 7-day-a-week, 11 to 11, if I had it correct, as opposed to Thompson Country Club, which operates what hours?
They're there all day long, aren't they?
They're closed on Mondays.
Closed on Mondays.
They're done by 9, let's say 9 p.m.
So so when you talk about the parking lot and you talk about the amount of traffic, and obviously if you're going to spend the type of money you're talking about spending, you're hoping to get lots more people here to your establishment. That's going to mean a dramatic change in terms of the amount of noise, the amount of traffic, and so forth, for what has been, to be honest, other than for the events. Now, my other question to you, because you're more familiar with this than I, although I hear the events from my property, and we get a lot of we get a lot of trash. True Gillis Drive actually about 62, so we get a lot of trash from those events, but my sense of it is those events don't occur every night.
No, absolutely not.
And so they're pretty much the exception to the rule when they happen. And by the way, I'm embarrassed to admit this in front of this group right now, but I am actually a Raytheon employee, and I have been to some of the Raytheon events. And I'd like to personally apologize. I normally leave by 8:30, but I do want to apologize that if my colleagues were inappropriate, I would. But it is noisy, it is disturbing, and to your point, now that it shuts off at 9 o'clock, at least, when I'm settling down to go to bed, when I have my windows open on a nice spring summer night, I can go to bed and enjoy my rest. Having said that, I'm not hearing a commitment for 9 o'clock, and the current group has a commitment for 9 o'clock. I'd like to hear a commitment for 9 o'clock. As a person who lives right next to it, I know you've expressed your concern. Again, unfortunately, because you did not reach out to my family, I don't know, about your establishment. But what I do know is if you actually care about it the way you've indicated, you would understand that having people outside talking, smoking, laughing, which is going to happen. We will project that as happening because we know before limitations were placed, correct me if I'm wrong, they were always out past 9 o'clock. And I will once again say, knowing my colleagues at Raytheon, that they were out when there was no restriction. They were there past 9. I know that when the restrictions were in, they would tell me, although I normally left earlier, that in fact, that they were shut down. And so my question to you is, are you prepared to accept a 9 o'clock restriction for people outside? And will you also accept the fact that lighting of that type, which is dramatically different than what we currently have in our community, is something that you would take off the table in terms of your establishment? And could we get a study of the lighting on the property, the additional lighting that you have, so that we could get a clear impact understanding of what that extra lighting is going to be in terms of what it's going to do to our community? Because, again, it's a quiet, for those of you, I'd enjoy having each of you over. It is a quiet community for the most part, with the exception of when there have been events. We have tolerated it because we've actually welcomed, or at least we have welcomed, the fact that the golf club community has been a great place to work with. And, it's a lovely area. And I don't want to have and I know, this is, I'm speaking with a vested interest here, but I don't want that community to change, and I don't think it's in the town's interest in the end for the community to change either. And I live in North Reading. I understand you live close by, but you don't live in North Reading. So those would be some questions that I would appreciate the answer to.
Well, first of all, let's go back to the time restriction. We said, and I'll stand on that there, I don't think we'll ever get to use that 8 or 9 o'clock situation. But if it was offensive once, we would come back here and we would give our word that we would never. I don't like restrictions, to be quite honest with you, because they put us in a bad spot as a business. It doesn't work. But I can understand if there was one offense that created you a problem, then we would come back here and agree to a 9 o'clock.
I'm confused, though, excuse me.
Why are you confused? But let me finish.
I'm sorry.
As far as the lighting goes, that lighting, and I said that when I showed it to you, that's a little bit overplayed on the picture. That lighting has no effect, and we were assured by the architects and the engineers, the lighting engineers, that has no effect on the neighborhood 200 feet away. It has none. It's straight up, and it's just a halo. That's showing that it's a little bit more than a halo. So that's a problem to me.
That appears to be a spotlight.
Well, but I said to you when we started, they kind of overplayed the lighting on that one there.
But the other part.
But what they want to see is a little bit of a halo come out of that, what do you call it there? As far as the 9 o'clock, I really don't have a problem with it.
So why don't you just say,
No.
I have a restriction?
You're backing me into a corner, and I don't like that. That I can tell you right out of the chute.
And neither do I like.
Well, look,
Okay, all right.
You're trying to back me into a corner.
I want to keep it.
Yeah.
I'd like to keep
We'd
it.
be willing to restrict it if we created an offensive problem the first time. Is that fair or unfair?
Could we have that in writing?
We can.
We get it on video.
You're on video. If you know
I
what
don't
I'm
know the
saying?
legalistic
Yeah.
aspect of this.
First of all, I mean, this gentleman's making a $5 million investment in this particular piece of property, so obviously he's got to make it work.
Thank you, sir.
It's a business venture. This board, in concert with the Thompson Club, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, made it a public venue as opposed to a private club, which is what it's mostly been for most of the years. At that particular time, I didn't object to changing the license, but what I objected to was we didn't necessarily have a public hearing notifying all the abutters that there was going to be a change in business strategy for the function hall. That being said, the board, passed it, and the current license is Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m., Sundays noontime to 1 a.m. Those are the current restrictions, which is pretty much in line with all the other liquor licenses we have in town. So just to let you know. There have been some restrictions on some of them which have been somewhat voluntary, somewhat imposed, on some restrictions that have been put in place by the board in order to create some harmony within the neighborhood. Most of those have taken place after they've opened up and problems were created. And the board then took positive action to correct the situation. Basically, we've allowed the business establishments to try and make it work with the neighbors. If it doesn't work out, we're here annually to tweak it. And if, in the meantime, before the license is renewed, if there's a big problem, this board can call for a show cause hearing, again, to discuss it publicly, see if we can come to some amicable arrangement and agreement with the business owners. If not, pose some restrictions. They have appealing rights to appeal certain things, and the ABCC can make the decision. So, I don't disagree, and as we talked about earlier, screening, lighting concerns, they are changing the footprint of the building, so there isn't much that can be done in relation to site plan review and those things. This is a good venue. We hope that he's going to be a good neighbor.
Oh, we definitely, without question.
We already know he's a good businessman. Be a good neighbor and make it work. If it doesn't, we have some authority, but not.
Well, and therein lies our concern. You talk about the lighting, which again looks like spotlights.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand why, if it wasn't that way, it's depicted that way. That's just, in its own way, whether intentional or not, is clear. Furthermore, when you talk about the halo effect, I mean, my house looks over there, and your halo is going to be right in my master bedroom and my guest bedroom and my son's bedroom window.
I mean, my first impression of the rendering here is, Twin Towers, which, but I don't anticipate that was what was going to happen. But I'm hearing you.
So my question is, why does it have to happen at all? And to what degree
Again,
can we get?
It's part of the marketing, it's part of the facade of the facility, and obviously he's looking to change and again, I'm not making excuses for him either. I understand his business plan, but he's actually looking to change it. This is going to be a totally different facility than what we've been used to for the last 40 years. So, it's zoned properly. The board has already issued a full liquor license for it a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. So now, this is the opportunity to be heard, obviously, and we'll have to make some sort of a decision.
So,
And I think he's heard you in terms of the way it's rendered in that photo, in terms of it looking like spotlights. It's not what Mr. Yever, I think, envisioned, nor do I think it'll be the final design of that lighting. I certainly would hope that you would agree that it's not going to look like that.
Well, I had said that, my first words, that my mouth is a little strong, and that may be nuts. They may put fluorescents in there, and fluorescents, you know, don't shine out. They'll put some kind of accent lighting. So one of the problems is that you're so far off the street, you need some, and the street's open. How high did you say those trees were on your side? 60 feet? 60 feet, 50 feet? If they're 50 feet, you're talking 10, 20 feet there. So even if there was light, that would diminish by the time any light would diminish. Yeah. But
Can I just ask you, just come up. They can't, there's people, believe it or not, people watch us. They want to hear you.
I don't mean to, but they're all asking me, everybody now is asking. Is those second floor with those light towers, can you walk around up there? Is that like a second?
No.
No people up there?
Nothing.
All right.
It's wide open.
Good question.
It's just to give effect, that's all.
Okay.
It's decorative and adds a little bit of protection
It's
going in,
not the
that's all.
prison towers. You know,
Yeah.
Watch guy up there.
Yeah.
No.
I'm thinking roof like that.
so if you could just advise me then, I have great concerns over what the impact of that lighting is going to be on our neighborhood. I feel that I walked into this room, I'm looking at pictures that clearly do not depict apparently what it's supposed to be like. But because of that, I have no idea what it really is supposed to look like. And my voice, to whatever degree you would listen to it, is going to say that until I have a clear understanding of what that lighting really is going to be, because again, I only have that picture right now to go by, that in my mind would be, for me and my property, and I believe for my neighbors, unacceptable. And, you know, we would have great objections. I don't know to what degree that will merit your concern or interest, but I don't think if you were living next to that property, which is right now, on most days, not intensely lit, most days, other than for the event days, a quiet property, to have lighting like that, would be something that clearly changes what that neighborhood is like.
As I understand it, from what this board can and cannot do is either grant or not grant this liquor license. Because they're not changing the footprint, they don't have to go for a site plan review. So as a result, we can't order him to do something that he's not required to do, such as change the lighting. He has to...
Well, he is about to change the lighting.
No,
from what it is now.
From what it appears to be right now, I take the man at his word that it's not as it's depicted here. We can't tell him, you can't have any lighting up there. We can only grant or deny him the liquor license. And personally, based upon the lighting as he represents it, I can't sit here and deny him a license based upon that. I think we get to take the man at his word. It's not going to be as bright or as illuminating as that appears on that rendering. So we either grant it or deny it.
And so there's nothing with regards to the property itself that this board or any board in North Reading can take any issue with?
Well, no, I wouldn't go that far, because he has to still go building inspector in terms of the signage, has to get approval there, or he may end up before the zoning.
And in terms of the changes, because that's taller than the building was before,
He's
there's
not
no
changing.
requirement.
My understanding is, because he's not changing the footprint, he doesn't have to go for a site plan review. He's keeping the footprint as is.
So there is nothing with regards to height in any of those.
But we're not changing the footprint. The footprint is not changing. I think that was leading to this gentleman's question. If there was any sort of space up there, for office or what have you, at that point, he's changing square footage of the footprint. He may have an issue there.
There's a height restriction, but he's probably below it anyway, but I can't.
There is a height restriction. I don't know what it is, but the architects obviously...
Sometimes, don't forget, don't talk about property values here. I mean, you know...
Just going to ask. I know you're comfortable there, but...
Yeah, no. Well, again, no one's really brought up...
Appreciate it.
You know, our kids are getting older, you're starting to think about maybe moving on, you know. There's a property value issue here, too, you know what I mean?
And I understand that. I think this enhances that area, based upon what I've seen. My opinion.
Right, so you're looking for a house. There's a golf club nearby, or there's a restaurant nearby. Which one are you gonna take? I mean, you know.
Can I speak for a minute?
Yeah.
This gentleman done?
Yep, I'm done.
My name's Pat Fenari. I've been a member of Thompson for 10 years. I lived in North Reading for 20, and I'm on the board at the Thompson Club. It's nice to have the feeling that we like to keep the club the way it is and keep it working the way it's always worked. We have tried to do a better job with the neighbors. The reality is we're down 200 members. We've lost $1 million in membership revenue. We had to look for an option that we felt best served the community, best served the greens, the neighborhood, our membership. I think what Nick's put on the board is something that we felt was a good option based on the alternatives. We didn't know what was going to happen to the club, but I can tell you if we didn't do this deal, the club would not have survived. It would have probably become a public golf course, which would not have been advantageous for the area, in our opinion, and we would have lost a lot of members. So I understand all the concerns you're saying, but the realities of the economy forced us to do things that we probably wouldn't have normally done. But I'm grateful for the opportunity here to at least present this to our membership and try to make this happen. And I appreciate everything Nick's done. I think he's done a class act on this presentation, is what he's planning on doing there. I hope that he acts responsible and that we can work with him and the membership of the club can work with him. But it's not really a situation where we had a lot of options. And I appreciate the board trying to help us a year and a half ago by giving us the license to open it up. We had a lot of pushback from the membership. We really couldn't do that. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, the club is having a lot of financial distress, and without this option, I'm not sure what would have happened with the property. So I just want to bring that up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Coolidge Stoltz. I also live at 2 Gillis because I'm married to him. And
That's the only reason why you're staying there?
no, it's not, actually. I wanted to talk about littering and traffic and public safety, because we have the longest frontage on Route 62. I work at home. I have twice run out in 62 with the current amount of vehicular traffic after dogs who were not mine, once after a dog that was mine, twice after children, and twice after a car accident, where I went out to help the person who had the accident. There is no, and there cannot be any, because of site easements that were put on us when we bought there 20 years ago into a sleepy, completely non-commercial neighborhood. Without any intrusive signs. We were told that we were limited, and I believe that that's the best thing from the public point of view, in what we could put up to screen from 62, so that anybody turning in and out of our street would be evident to someone on 62 and they would have sight. So I can't pretend you're not there, because neither my location nor my restrictions will permit it. In my mind, there is no doubt, and I'm sorry to say this because you seem nice, but
Thank you.
there is no doubt that if this goes through, and I suspect it is, that it will have it not only will have a materially significant effect on our neighborhood, because it will. You can simply go 3 or 4 parcels in each direction and look for something commercial, and you're not going to find it. I think it's going to be negative and materially significant. I would like to know, and I don't expect you to tell me tonight, but obviously you're hoping to get significantly more business than the country club had, or it wouldn't be a worthwhile investment for you. A lot of the traffic that had existed going back and forth went over to the greens, so it crossed 62, but it didn't come down our way. So I'd like to have an estimate before I could say I at least am comfortable even seeing this move forward with a liquor license to see whether the other objections could be met, to know what the vehicular traffic is going to be in terms of noise, in terms of public safety hazard, and in terms of the littering. I've 3 times had strangers come to my door because they had cut something or had a child cut something on glass that had been thrown from a vehicle, and in backtracking that traffic, it was apparent, at least in those instances, that it had come from the Thompson Country Club. And we twice went to the Thompson Country Club board to complain about it, and would probably have done it another time, but I had a child growing up who's autistic. We didn't have a babysitter, and so we couldn't stop going over to ask them about the glass and the cigarette butts on our lawn. But I will say, although my son's old enough that his safety's not an issue anymore, there are small children in that area, and I never want to go out to 62 and pick up a child. And I don't see how the degree of vehicular traffic that would make your restaurant a success, unless it's disproportionately shunted going westward, could possibly alleviate that concern. Thank you.
Do you need an answer for that?
How many seatings do you plan tonight?
Actually, one of the things, I'm sorry? No. One of the things is we actually reduced the size of the interior of the restaurant as far as the seating goes. Capacity's been reduced as well. And there's a reason for it. When our engineers went in there with the capacity, they found that the capacity didn't quite meet the code, and we've realigned that capacity so that it is in code now, which drops the capacity by about 140.
It's 200.
Is it that much?
Current capacity is about 560, 550.
And that it's
300.
and it's been adjusted to be.
You're talking
actual.
with all three.
All three, the whole.
Currently as it sits
Right, as it sits right now. So there's actually less capacity into the area than it was before we started. To answer your question, I have 4 grandchildren, and I respect that more than you probably think I do, because you think that I'm a businessman that don't care. That's not true. And these people that have shot them, I've known them, and they've seen me in my restaurant. We don't believe in that. We believe in safety. We believe in making it safe for the people around us. I would be very upset if someone got hurt because of something that went on. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm addressing her. I should be addressing you guys.
It's all right.
That's not right. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but it isn't our intention. I was there last Sunday. I've been kind of bouncing around the pool a little bit, taking advantage of it. And I was last weekend. You couldn't get near that place. There was they had parking everywhere. Did you notice that? You couldn't get in the parking lot. It was packed. I could not find the parking lot, spot in that parking lot. Not last week, 2 weeks ago, they had an event.
It was on a Thursday.
No, it was on a Saturday because we supported, we catered it. It was, 2 Saturdays ago? You could not park another car in there. So that tells me that there is traffic going into that facility.
But not on a regular basis, they would be if you're open with the rest.
When is it, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I really don't. I don't have an answer for it. The capacity is down. I mean, there's a lot of days that go by there and find that they're having swim meets and things of that nature, or they're having a wedding and it's full the parking lot. So I really can't. I would be way out of step if I try to answer that question. I will tell you one thing. The clientele that we draw into our restaurant, into our function facility, is not a bunch of reckless whatever, all right? It's a moderate and older crowd that we draw in, so that's something that you can rely on.
Although you did
But-
say
but-
it was
but
requisite to
I
have a
don't
liquor
know
license.
the answers, and the reduction of the capacity in itself reduces the flow to the building to some degree. So, again, I don't know, I would be lying to you if I try to say anything other than that, because I don't know the answers to it.
That's why I said I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I will say one thing, that, again, I just had a granddaughter born last week. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and safety is an important issue to us as well.
It's just to understand that when we applied, or not applied, before we put down the purchase for sale or whatever it was, because it was 20 years ago and I don't remember, agreement for the house that was being built on that corner, we were told, and the documentation is there, I'm sure, if you go back and look at it, that before that street was put in as a cul-de-sac, that there were public safety concerns, about the number of cars that would service a dead-end street of 7 houses. You know, and that's nothing compared to a commercial restaurant with the turnover associated with multiple meals that you're now saying is apparently fine if it goes in next door. So I'm not sure why my home was a public safety concern on that part of Route 62, but a restaurant 1 parcel away is not.
All I can tell you is that each department in town has reviewed this application, police department being one of them, and they have not indicated in their review that they saw any issue with vehicular traffic.
I think the other important consideration here is it is a state highway, and I think it's unfair to attribute all of the traffic on it to.
No, but I think our point is this, that the amount of traffic that I would expect coming out of your facility is going to naturally increase. We all hope it does, because you'd be successful. More so than what comes out of there on a regular basis now, running as a country club. But I can't tell you, I don't know if it gives you any comfort, but our police department has reviewed these plans and this license and hasn't seen any issue with it.
Yeah, as far as accessibility, sight lines, that sort of thing, the issues aren't there from a public safety standpoint.
It's the number of vehicles on the same short strip of road compared with the number that is there now.
Our police department would have raised that for an issue if they saw it as a public safety concern.
Well, they did when we bought, because they wanted the additional easements to what was originally there, because they said because of speed and other concerns,
I don't know.
that was an unreasonably unsafe stretch.
I don't know.
And it isn't going to be safer now.
I don't know what went on at that time. All I can tell you is that they've reviewed this. They would have indicated, as they have in the past, if there was an issue.
Well, then let me just reiterate with my husband that I'm profoundly sorry that things moved this far without the public knowing about it.
Well, I can just tell you that they haven't, Mr. Yeber and his attorney haven't done anything that circumvented anything. This was their first opportunity to come before this board to request a transfer in this liquor license to his group. So in terms of the process, there's been no privilege given to him. There's nothing that he circumvented.
I wish the community had known a year and a half or 2 ago when the precedent was set for this move by making the allowance for the Thompson County. And I appreciate you can't give me an answer to that, but understand that I'm going to sit here unhappy because we bought property which, with all of our neighbors, we are now not in an economic position to simply sell and move. And yet you're going to materially change what I perceive of my neighborhood from within my home, certainly outside of my home. And although my child requires a residential school now, he comes home every weekend and on breaks, and we've already had problems with kids in 62 other than him, supposedly typical kids who would know enough not to run in front of a car. And I've already seen, when I was literally there on my property, 2 car accidents and a dog that got hit. And in the one case, because I could smell the alcohol in his breath, the young man who hit the light pole clearly had been drinking, and none of this is, with a liquor license, is going to make me feel any better. So I'm not asking you to pacify me, I'm just saying, please listen to my concerns, because they are not novel to me.
See, in all due respect, I think we are listening to you, we're not trying to pacify. I think one of the problems is it's if the proposal was for Mr. Yever to build a new building here, I'm sure we would be looking at it a different view in saying that it's not the ideal location for it, in my opinion. Unfortunately, it's an existing building, which we have to make a decision on whether we can allow him to have a transfer of a liquor license or not. You know, so it's not falling on, you need to understand, it's not falling on deaf ears. We do understand where you're coming from. The problem is, I mean, I think the alternative for the Thompson Club is they board the building up and leave it vacant and let weeds grow in the lot for the, you know, until someone is gonna put something that's acceptable to all of us there. So I think the best thing for us to do is try and work with Mr. Yever to try and resolve all the issues that everybody has here to the best of his ability, and hopefully make it, you know, a worthwhile venture and not, you know, minimize the impact on the community, if that's possible. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Al Russo. I live at 11 Elm Street, just a ways down from the country club and right across the street from these folks here. I have a comment and a question. To hear Route 62, or that stretch of Route 62 referred to as a highway, is disconcerting to me. While the definition may technically be correct, it's about as residential a highway that I've ever seen in my life. I have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. I take walks in strollers around that neighborhood, up Gillis Ave and a couple of the abutting streets. And I know, even though I'm in control of the stroller, I'm very concerned with the traffic that goes up and down that street, even in the morning hours, to be honest. So I have the same concerns about traffic and the volume of traffic. And with that, my question is regarding the capacity. I understand your comment that the overall capacity is lower. However, and admittedly, knowing nothing about the restaurant business, in my mind, the key difference between a country club and a public enterprise like Teresa's Restaurant is the turnover and the volume on a day-to-day basis in the steakhouse portion or the restaurant portion. So has that capacity changed from what Thompson is right now? And I admittedly have never been to Thompson, I'm not a member.
The entire capacity has been pushed down.
Of the overall facility.
Facility.
But the restaurant portion.
In all parts of it, because what's happened is that when they turned around, and we were told by our engineers that when they're working on everything, making sure everything comes up to code, because of the way it was set with bathrooms, is it? Bathrooms, there wasn't enough bathrooms to have the capacity that they had in there. We could put more bathrooms to meet that capacity, but we don't want that kind of capacity, so we're just going to leave things, we're remodeling, but we're not changing them.
Steve, how many seats are there in the restaurant, just the restaurant?
We're working with how much is the total now? But 200 and some odd.
In just the restaurant?
No, in the
202.
In
total.
Total. 100 in the function.
You understand what I'm trying to
I
articulate?
understand, that's why I'm trying to get the same answer from you. I'm trying to find out how many are in the restaurant, solely the
84.
restaurant. 84 in the restaurant. And what's the capacity now? Does anybody know the
You
capacity?
can fit 130 in the restaurant today.
Yeah.
And how about the 19th?
18.
It says 28 seats and 11 bar seats.
Yeah,
Bar seats.
Yeah.
84 in the restaurant.
84 in the restaurant.
Mr. Russo, I understand where you're going with it, but I'm going to tell you, just so you know, my family's in the restaurant business. We've been in the, so it's not about the capacity, it's about the turnover, how many you can do, how many you want to do in a night.
Right.
So, again, whether it's 100 or 50,
Right.
you still may see 150 people in there.
Right.
So.
Sure.
You would probably, and I'll be honest with you, without a function, we're probably looking at about 250 people in there, so 125 cars. You put that into the mix of traffic on 62, it doesn't get numbers, there's no effect to it. I mean, that's if you looked at it.
No, I agree with you there.
Well, we're arriving on
However,
the
the concern for theirs is it does draw the cars right to that location as opposed to.
Absolutely. And we'd be foolish to say it then. It would be foolish.
Right, and just to echo what I already said, there's quite a difference between a public eating establishment and a country club. So,
Just
the membership.
according to the plans, the function seating is 100, Restaurant 58 with 7 bar seats, according to your plan.
Right.
Yeah, which is less than the current capacity.
And we're working with the Board of Health right now, because that may go up a few or down a few when they finish with the septic. It's all based on the septic, really. And they're working with them as we speak.
Yeah, we got some information on that today.
I'm sorry, one more question that just came to me, and it might not be for this board, but, heaven forbid, is another traffic light there in the works, or might that be a good way to alleviate?
No, it's not.
So,
Abby's.
okay.
I see. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Through
One of
you,
Can I ask you to come up, please? Like,
State your name.
no special treatment. Come on.
I simply wanted to know how many nights a week the
Can you-
restaurant would be open.
Abby,
The downstairs restaurant.
please.
Identify yourself.
Abby Hurlbut, 1 Green Meadow
lift you up there,
Drive.
Abby?
I'm diagonally across the street from the Thompson Club. I wanted to know how many nights a week the restaurant will be open. I'm not talking about the grill, just
The restaurant upstairs will be open. It won't be open Sundays or Mondays.
So
It'll be
it'll
open
be
Tuesday
open.
through Saturday. And it's not open all day. It's only open at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's dinner only 5 nights a week?
That's it.
Thanks.
4 to
10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whenever anybody finishes.
Thank you,
That's
Abby,
kind of a
for-
laid-back type,
Accommodating.
laid-back type of a thing.
Run through a steak dinner.
We don't expect that to be a big turnover restaurant. And we didn't design it to be a big turnover restaurant. At Teresa's, it's a different scenario. We'll turn over 500 people in a night, but still only end up with maybe 250 cars coming in and out of it. That's pretty, to 114, that doesn't make much difference on 20,000 cars a day. So I think that's probably why the police department hadn't said anything, because the numbers are very, very little when you mix it in with the actual traffic count. I'm not an expert on it, but I would think that would be it.
Anyone else from the public have a comment, question? Anything they'd like to state now? Close the public hearing at this point. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oppose the traffic, just so I make, we're talking about a business that obviously had issues. It had problems and so that's declining. As it declines, of course, traffic goes down. Of course, we just talked about turnover, so we had a declining business. Then we have a gentleman coming in $5 million and return on investment. He has to determine that, so he's going to be, in other words, this is going to be doing this. So you have a business going down for a number of years, demographics going up in the area, and our community demographics going up, and seeing issues on 62, and you have a business that's going to want to increase. So that's your homework.
Anything else before I close the public hearing?
Just if I could ask any members of the public, is there any other use that you could anticipate happening at this particular site? See, to me, I mean, the Thompson Country Club was there, the function hall was there. Previously, they had private functions, limited restaurant business. But the facility, the site, doesn't really render itself for anything other than what's being proposed unless you totally change it to something else.
Farm would have been good,
What would have been?
like dairy farm.
A dairy farm, yeah.
No, you
Then
don't
you
want
complain
that.
about
Biggest
the
one
sound.
cows.
You don't want a dairy farm.
No, truly.
Yes, you don't want that.
Library.
Yeah, library.
Hey, Nick, just, what's the hours of the grill again?
At 11 o'clock in the morning, probably till about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
That's so nice, though, right?
Well, you were there at my restaurant
Yeah,
at 11
I
o'clock.
get it.
So
Well, I just-
at 10:30, it ends. It ends. There's anything after 10:30, 11, you're looking for problems.
I like that. I mean, unfortunately, you asked a question and I'll answer it to this degree. Again, at least for me and my family, the first thing we found out was the letter that we received from your law practice. It gave very little information. The transcript I looked for the last several weeks, the only thing I could find in there was a notice about the same. And so I'd love to have the time for this community to come together and figure out what to do with it. So that would be my answer. Unfortunately, you've given us very little time, although even within that, we had some wonderful creativity here in terms of some of the possible solutions.
You don't want
appreciative.
cows, though. You don't want cows. We're across the street from cows. When the wind is blowing in the wrong direction, you don't want to be there, trust me.
I think Mr. Russo.
So I'm not a longtime resident like these folks. I bought 6 years ago, and I just want to make the point that the fact that there was a country club nearby was a selling point for me. A selling point.
Yeah, no, it's true.
With all due respect, if Teresa's restaurant was there, I would not have bought that lot of land. 6 years ago.
That's what we're afraid of. And there's other stuff that goes on, like, people go by, most people go to Thompson Country Club, know where it is. But even now, we get people, they come down Gillis and turn around because they went by. You know what I mean? How much more is that gonna happen?
We get a
You know what I
cul-de-sac.
mean? We have a cul-de-sac. You know, it's all people that can, everything that goes down.
Well, the problem, may I address that, the problem is, and we had that, we brought that issue up, the signage is not big enough, and you're creating, see, people, and if I may step out of this a little bit.
Go ahead.
Don't want signage. But signage sometimes, if it's done properly and in very good taste, is better, a little larger than smaller. Because when it's small, people get lost, they go down side streets, they get every place where they're not supposed to go. When you have enough, and again, proper signage, something that really stands out and looks nice, something that's very eye appealing, and something that directs people to where they want to go, you usually don't have that problem. You virtually cannot see the Thompson Country Club sign. You can't.
I agree.
You can't see it. I don't care which way you're coming, you can't see that sign. And to make it even worse, the growth around it is obstructing what little you can see. So that's dangerous when you're coming down the road. That's a fact. There's been studies done all over the country. I'm also on the zoning board in Middleton. And we have people that come, it's study after study. If it's done correctly, if it's done in good taste, it's better a little larger than smaller to keep people from wandering into places, into your street or into, you guys are on the same street, but going someplace they shouldn't be. Yeah, again, I apologize for my back.
No, no need to. Mr. O'Leary, you have any other questions? Paula? Come up with some great ideas. Anyone else, board members? Close the public hearing at this point. Board members wish to discuss it? Mr. Messeri?
No, just, public hearing's closed. You don't need a motion to do that.
Motion?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Board members, anyone have any comments, questions, thoughts?
Well, I think that we've heard this time and time again. Obviously, whenever a business is close to a neighborhood, there are concerns. This is the first time I've heard a business owner be so reasonable and flexible associated with dealing with neighborhood problems. And I commend you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd hold you
Responsible as well.
to your statements. I think when someone applies for a liquor license and it's fair that all sides are vetted, because there are concerns associated with those people that leave the facility and cause damage. That being said, I think this is a fair project. The community certainly needs active and healthy businesses in town. If we drive around town, you look at some of the business situations that exist as a result of this downturn, and it has an impact. It has an impact on our ability to provide the services that everybody in town deserves. So I personally am in support of this. I think that I'm kind of on the fence on whether or not we need a restriction off the get-go, but I am definitely in support of this project. And I'm taking into account what I've heard. I think that the amount of vehicles, additional vehicles traveling on Route 62 is going to be a minimal impact, although I suspect that on a function, when people leave, there's a block of traffic leaving at one time. given that, again, I'm in support of the project.
Thank you.
In support of transferring the liquor license.
Mr. Prisco?
I just wanted to, just a couple comments to the neighbors. That's one of the reasons we do this every year. It does give you an opportunity to come back here every year and make sure that you have an opportunity to voice any concerns associated with us granting this license. Doesn't mean you should wait and hold your comments back or your issues back a whole year. We have several other businesses in town that abut neighborhoods, and they've been in this room, and we have tried to help them address these concerns, and I think we've gotten somewhere. And with tougher owners than this gentleman here. I have a lot of confidence. You've made me confident that we're going to be able to make this work. What I would ask, though, is if it's possible, I see you have a manager on your application. If you could maybe send a letter, have your manager write a letter to the neighborhood, send it to the abutters with his contact information. So they have a place where they can contact and call and get a hold of them in the event of an issue. I think that would be helpful. I'm not saying you have to do it, but I think it would make me feel better knowing that these people know who to call, because before they knew who to call. Now things are changing up. I don't think they want them calling you. I know you live in the neighborhood, but I don't think you want them coming to your house and calling. So I'd ask you give them a place and a location for them to voice their concerns.
May I say something? I know that it's closed. But for anybody that knows me, I spend 80 hours in my restaurant, and we'll be splitting those hours, so I'm always on site. If there's a problem, always on site. I agree with all what you said, but I'm always there myself, so if there's a problem, believe me, I know about it very, very quickly, and we fix it. I think that's why we get along so well in our neighborhoods. It's because we're on top of things quickly.
In the alternative, going in reverse, we didn't go with this option. The other alternatives are all bad, and if you think your property values could go down because of this, there is that chance. I don't disagree with you, but I think your property values would be worse if it was a vacant facility that was rat infested and overgrown and with weeds. That's not a good option either. So you have our numbers. You can always reach out to us along the way throughout the year as well. So I am going to vote in favor of this. I want to see this area thrive. I want to see it stay clean. I'm happy that you're going to keep up the facilities as is. There's not going to be a lot of change. I do believe you that, because that is a concerning sight when you see it firsthand, that you're going to address it and make sure that it is softer on the eyes and softer on the neighborhood.
No question about
Thank you.
Mr. O'Leary, Mr. Doty?
The only last thing I have to say is, Mr. Yeb has taken on a huge capital expense at, over $5 million, and he's at risk, if anything should go wrong there, that this board could not renew his liquor license. So I think, if anybody, he's got as much a vested interest as anybody else to make sure that he has a lot more to lose than all of us. And maybe, ratio-wise, it's not as much money to him as it is to us, but if it doesn't succeed, if we pull his liquor license, it's, the building's basically worthless. So I am going to vote in favor of it, and with the hopes that Mr. Yebber is true to his word and is going to work with the residents and the board, if need be, with their concerns.
I'm going to trust you, that you're going to work with your neighbors. The lighting is disturbing to me, but I'll take you at your word that was designed that way. It's not what your intent is. That should be curbed and reduced significantly. Initially, I won't vote in favor of a restriction, 9 o'clock for that pavilion area, but I'm hoping you're going to self-impose a 9 o'clock restriction to that pavilion area. Because I'll tell you, if you come back next December, after you've been open for one season and there's been one complaint, I'll be one that be looking to impose a restriction upon you. You're making a significant investment. I appreciate that on behalf of the community. I like what I see. I think it'll be an improvement to the area. I'm sorry to see that Thompson Club itself as a country club cannot survive any longer. But I wish you all the best down there.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll be a good community partner, a good neighbor down
The
there.
customers too, so I want to make sure I don't lose them as customers. So
I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you don't. But I think you've probably heard from some of the folks prior to tonight.
Every word.
You've heard tonight.
Every word. They're not falling on deaf ears, sir.
I'll be voting in favor.
I'm not shutting up, we did close the public hearing. Mr. O'Leary?
Unfortunately, you're catching all of this evening. This should have taken place a year and a half ago, which was what my issue was. When the Thompson Club came forward looking for the full alcohol license, I wanted to make sure that the neighborhood had input, and, you know, the majority decided that wasn't necessary at the particular time. So you're bearing the brunt of their concerns and expressions of concerns which should have been expressed. They should have had the opportunity to express a year and a half ago and weren't given that opportunity. And they're all legitimate. They're abutters. And what they bought into is something totally different now. You know, ideally, I would have liked to see the Thompson Club succeed and continue on operating. They were, even with a public venue, but still be the Thompson Country Club Function Hall. Hasn't worked out. So that being said, I think we're very fortunate to have you make the investment that you're making here in the community, and I think it's going to be a wonderful facility for the community. There's no doubt that it's going to have an impact on the neighborhood, because I'm expecting you're going to be successful. And with success comes, right, you know, you're going to be successful, and with that comes, you know, more traffic, more impact. The design could potentially have some adverse impact on their quality of life there. I would expect that you're going to address it appropriately and quickly. Again, at this particular time, in relation to the pavilion out back, I mean, that seems to be the biggest bone of contention, and you're going to have problems with people outside smoking, with the noise which we have in other establishments in town. You just need to police it and make sure, but you're in that business already, you know that. So again, like the rest of the members of the board, I'm going to take you at your word. I'm going to hold you to your word, and I'm not going to vote for any restrictions this evening on it, but self-imposed ones would be greatly appreciated, and communication with the neighbors is going to be essential. I don't mind hearing from them, because I have over the years from different people, but again, I'd like to have you give them the contact information, go directly to you or your manager.
Absolutely.
And then us being the last resort. So I wish you nothing but success.
Thank you.
But please, work with the neighbors.
If I may speak one further, it is not our intention to go into anybody's backyard and create a problem. We understand that there. We have a significant investment going here. A lot of it's on eye candy, landscaping, trees, things that really make things look nice. We understand where the neighborhood is there, and by all means, the last thing we ever want to do is create a problem there. That doesn't help us out. That doesn't make our lives better. Whether we have the right or not the right, that isn't the question. It's a moral question, and the moral question is to do the right thing, and that's what we intend to do. And I'm sorry, sir, we followed the rules that the town laid out for us when we got involved with that there. It wasn't to publish.
Thank you. Thank you.
It wasn't to hide or shield or do anything that was improper. We notified 317 people, as the town asked us to. We went through all the steps the town asked us to. I think we did exactly what we were told to do. So, by all means, we did nothing that was wrong or slighted or anything else. Putting that aside, it is not our intention to make your lives miserable or less important than they are now. You understand? It is not our intention. We will work diligently to make sure that things are right. And speaking of Raytheon, I was one of my largest corporate accounts with folks, was the chairman of the board there about 15, 20 years ago when I was in the car rental business. But again, the point that in fact is we want it to look pretty. I mean, we're going to tweak a whole lot of things here to make it, if we see something that's bothering us, I'll see it before you do. You'll never see it because I'll fix it before you see it. You understand? And you got my word on that there. I'm always there. I'm at the restaurants. These folks saw me at the restaurant. They see me there. These other folks, you always see me at the restaurant. So I don't hide from anybody. I'm not sitting in an ivory tower 1,000 times. You saw me busting papers the other night. What do you call it there? So we're down to earth people. We all, you know, we do the right thing. We put our pants on the same way. No one wants to affect your life, your life in your neighborhood, and the safety of your children, or the safety of the people in the neighborhood. It is not our intention to do that. If it was, we'd walk away from this deal right now. Don't need it. You understand?
Nick, you understand, I'm not gonna speak for everybody here, but for my, we're not here to stop. I just hope you know what I mean? But obviously, we have some concerns.
But those concerns,
That's all.
those, every concern that you've given, if I may, are legitimate. And I'm just gonna end this because
Right.
I shouldn't be talking to this.
You don't, I
What
will.
I'm saying is that we're gonna do the right thing.
Be careful.
The bottom line,
Very good.
Well, the bottom line is that, these people bought into a residential country club neighborhood, and we're now talking about a business establishment being established there, and that happened a year and a half ago. So things have changed for them.
And I understand that.
So,
Steve, seriously, something off the ball over here, on this town, nothing to do with him. But,
you're right.
you know what I mean? We're really kind of thinking about selling, and then you heard that a year and a half ago. You know what I'm
They
saying?
were in here a year and a half ago to get the license changed.
You know?
It was 4-1 to grant it without the public hearing. That was the one.
The town sort of looks down on that. You
I
know?
agree.
We have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the transfer of the common victual all alcohol license from Thompson Club, Inc. to Yeba Group LLC DBA Teresa's Prime Grill 19, 20 Elm Street, North Reading, Mass.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Good luck.
Best of luck. Thanks, man. Thanks for being back here. Good luck.
I'm disappointed. Thank you.
You.
Again, it seems like you knew a lot of the other people. I certainly.
Gentlemen, I'm just,
Thank you.
Mr. Yeba? Can I just ask?
Yes.
You guys,
We have other things to do.
we have a meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Going to number 6, anyone here for public comment? Hearing none, we can move on. Greg, are you ready on the warrant or no?
Of course.
You are?
Of course, yes, I'm ready.
We're going to go back to item number 3, sign October 2012 town meeting warrant. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move to sign the October 1, 2012 town meeting warrant.
Second.
I'd like to know when we're signing at this point, we've made some changes. Can we just summarize?
Good point, 'cause I don't think we've seen, prior to now, I don't think we've seen all the warrant articles.
No, you have. They've been some modifications made by council.
If we have seen them, I don't know if we've discussed them. We haven't.
Yeah, we have. They brought up the warrant articles coming to the board on the 20th.
Yeah,
We talked about them
discussed
at that
it,
meeting.
but there was some editing going on this evening, that's what I brought up.
Okay. I'd be happy to go through and highlight the changes. That's been in there since our meeting on the 20th.
I thought he was going to take care of it.
He told me he doesn't have the money to take care of it.
Okay, good.
He has no money to
Because I
take care of it.
specifically asked on the capital,
No money.
right? Okay, so that's,
So there are no changes on page 1?
but, I just questioning, I'm just questioning number, Article 11.
And I said to Mr. O'Leary, I've been informed that there is no money. The DPW director doesn't have that money as surplus, so to insert it as a warrant article.
We were talking about making sure, when we were talking about the capital things and capital plans, I specifically asked about the additional expansion of parking and we were informed that we thought that there was going to be sufficient funds within the DPW budget to handle it. Apparently not. So, I mean, that's all. I was just thumbing through it, I saw that was new, that's all.
If those
But
monies don't turn up,
I'm
we'll
in favor
ask
of
the
it.
article be postponed at town meeting. But without it, it goes nowhere.
Yep. Okay.
So, again, no changes to
I have
page
a
one.
question of the Chair FinCom. Has FinCom seen these warrant articles, and have they voted on these warrant articles prior to?
That wouldn't necessarily, as far as for inclusion. Once we decide what's going to be included, then they
The
opine.
warrant, as I understand it, is going to the printer on Thursday. Unless we vote the warrant tomorrow night, our votes will not be recorded in the printed warrant, nor will yours. And furthermore, I don't have a copy of the warrant.
You do now.
Abby, your meeting tomorrow night. I've informed you several times that you'll receive a copy of it after the board votes it this evening. And I thought at that time you were satisfied with that explanation. It's the first time I've heard that you're upset with that. I apologize.
This just appears to be, maybe I'm wrong, but it appears to be a little different than how we usually address these. We usually see it in a draft form, is my memory. We review each article, determine whether or not it's worthy to be placed on the warrant. Maybe I missed it, but I don't think we had done that.
That's what we did. We went through it on the 20th. The board had a listing of all articles on the 20th. If you refer back to your meeting, on the 20th in the supplemental packet, there was a blue document that we went through each and every article. We had a discussion about those articles. The board requested that there be several placeholders added to the warrant that you discussed this evening. Those were added. The draft warrant was put into your packet on Thursday. You received a copy of that. That went to town council. Town council came back with his changes and recommendations, and that's what's been incorporated into the final document before you this evening.
And my question was related to the changes that were made from the warrant that was published.
It does. I didn't have a chance. I didn't. I'm editing on the fly, Steve.
Okay, yeah, okay.
The final version you have has that change.
Okay, the final version you have there is going to be, okay.
What was that other change?
Article 16 is going to include, I assume, the word Havel Street and lot parcels 127, 28, and 29.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So if you look at Article 16, Article 16 is, as Stephen mentioned, 127, 128, and 129. The
Doesn't say
verbiage.
that here.
No, he's got it,
I have 4 versions of the warrant.
Okay.
There was a 5th version that was created this evening. The 5th version is more or less what you have in front of you with a couple of
And this was
changes.
previously
I'm gonna
printed.
walk through it. I'll go through it. So again, under Article number 16, excuse me, under Article number 15, Article 15 was discussed by the board this evening and has been included as the text that is shown here. Article 16, if you delete the verbiage after the word swap, that language is out. And then we continue with land with all improvements. And then in terms of the specific parcels, it would be parcels 127, 128, and 129. So the final version that the board will see to sign has incorporated those changes.
Well, what is the plan in terms of us voting recommendations
Typically,
on
the
the printed
board,
warrant?
typically the board has its warrant article hearing after it signs the warrant,
Yeah,
and the board can vote its recommendations.
So there's
at
still
that
time from our next meeting?
No.
And the board will vote its recommendations at the next meeting.
But it won't be a time for it to be incorporated into the warrant.
right, our recommendations won't be in the warrant.
Typically, they are.
If you wish to vote them this evening, you can certainly incorporate them into the warrant.
Lastly, if I may.
Sure.
There was an email that I saw, or I think I responded to, associated with an idea of taking the laserfish in some micro configuration for some short money. What happened to that?
It's not here.
It's not,
It's not
okay.
here.
All right.
Nope.
Does the board wish to proceed?
Do you wish to vote this evening, Mr. Misery?
I would like to vote on the articles, or
Yeah,
vote
recommendation
to-
at town meeting, or recommend,
Yeah.
right. Recommendation at town meeting, right.
But I think we can, that has nothing to do with us signing the warrant.
So, what, Mr. Chairman, just run through it, Article 1?
Sure.
Okay, move to recommend.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Article 2? Prior bills was,
I recommend at town meeting.
We don't have a number yet?
No.
okay. Move to recommend at town meeting.
Just a second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. Same thing, operating budget, we have an idea, but...
We have an
still tweaking
idea,
it.
but I'd like to discuss it with the finance committee at the meeting tomorrow night. We're still putting together the numbers.
Move to recommend at town meeting.
Second?
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor to recommend at town meeting?
Aye.
Aye.
Article 4.
Capital improvement, we went through it all, right? Move to recommend.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Uh,
The issue I have here is that since we haven't seen the free cash number, I understand that's not going to be available until the 17th. There's a possibility that the source of funds might change. So I think,
Is it? I thought it was available.
No, there's always the possibility, as Bob said, that the priority may change based upon the amount of free cash.
Okay, I withdraw my motion, move to recommend at town meeting.
The other issue I have is...
second,
Okay.
Another issue. The Astor, which follows after that, is and related equipment or accessories, referring to Class A pumper and replace backhoe. I don't like that, how that's proposed. I think we ran into an issue, this may be to get around the issue we ran into a year ago regarding a particular plow. Personally, I don't like the language, I don't like the Astor. I would suggest it should be eliminated.
But what was presented to us should be what
Right.
is purchased.
It's fine.
I don't know what the consensus is.
I don't necessarily agree. And we have a dollar amount that we're appropriating here, sitting back over $110,000, and I think the estimate from the state bid list or wherever it was from was $104,000. And if you have some wiggle room of additional $6,000 to pick up a piece of equipment under an existing appropriation, it makes far more sense than have to go back and purchase again separately if it's something that you need or can get.
No, but I would expect that what was presented to us was soup to nuts, from the pumper truck to the backhoe. So I don't want this to be a situation where, well, we can now get it for $20,000, $25,000 less than what was the quote that we had seen, or the estimate that we had seen, and now we're going to buy additional things that weren't contemplated, weren't necessary at that time. But now, because we have more money here under this appropriation, we're going to go and buy all these things. I don't want to see that happen.
How about, again, to me, I think we're hamstringing the administration. If you're concerned about that, if there's going to be any related equipment or accessories purchased above and beyond what was presented to us, it's incumbent upon the administration to bring it back to us for approval. Rather than, there's the money, the appropriation will be there, and if they come in and make them say, listen, the bid came in lower than we can, and we can do this, that, and the other thing, within the appropriation.
Well, that's fine, but this allows them to do,
This
as written, it allows them to do that.
But as a
without
matter of
back into
policy,
this.
you can establish a policy, a matter of policy or direction to the administration, before any additional accessories or equipment is purchased beyond what was presented to the board are made. Bring it to the board for its blessing. Because otherwise, sometimes the opportunity knocks and it's a good deal. It's the best time to do it.
What's the difference?
The
With or without this language, what's the difference?
The difference is that you're specifically limited to that. No more, no less. Nothing more,
We can't approve that.
and you can't do it. You can't do anything more. So, you buy equipment all the time. If you have that latitude, sometimes you can get an accessory in the package. It's a great deal within the appropriation. It makes sense. So this language allows the flexibility for the administration to go ahead and do that. And it's not crazy amounts of money outside of what we were presented, what the current state bidding list is calling for. So, to me, let them come back and...
Yeah, I'm not opposed to leaving it the way it is with the caveat that they come back here first. Because if you don't put it in there, then you can't do it because it wasn't voted at town meeting.
Because it's not listed as accessories available.
And I agree with you, Mr. Chair, I agree with you at the beginning that I wanted that language taken out, but given with that caveat, I think I wouldn't be opposed.
Mr. Prisco?
This isn't a windfall opportunity. This is supposed to be a capital item that they plan for, they research, and they present to us, and we approve. And just because they were able to do a great job getting lower quotes, in the end, getting lower bids, that money should come on, we shouldn't borrow it. That's the bottom line. Why spend money of the taxpayers' money that we don't have to? Just because they may want this wonderful little tool. Yeah, it's nice to have that wonderful tool,
The tool
but...
that's going to save money at the same time?
Well, I mean,
But we
again,
don't know.
there's a
So let them
process.
bring it back.
Well, that didn't work out for us last year.
Well, no, last year the language wasn't included in it, so it was restrictive. It was outside the scope. This allows for, if there's wiggle room, to come back and purchase it. And to me, I'm just saying, why hamstring yourself? We can always say no.
Well,
That way there's transparency and you can come back.
Maybe next year, after we have supposed to be having a capital improvement team, and I would like to see them pull something together and then let them come up with a recommendation before we decide tonight. I would not agree to any language in here like that, because I just think it's wrong.
Anything further?
I'm in favor of leaving it the way it is. With directing the administration to bring it back if it's going to be anything outside what was already presented to us.
Yeah, I mean, you're not tying the departments who are buying these equipment hands, you're actually tying our hands by not putting it in there.
Consensus? Leave it in, take it out?
I think that, I agree with Mike from a philosophical point of view, that if you're putting a spec together on something, before you go buy it, you know exactly what you're gonna go buy, you go out and buy it, right? It seems we do things a little backwards. You know, we got an estimate here, replace a Class 8 pumper for $485,000. Well, where'd that number come from? Do they put a bid spec together? We don't know really what we're buying. So I think if we're going to fix anything, we have to fix the approach in advance.
Right, and I will, one thing I will say though, anytime you're buying equipment and you don't have the money in hand, you don't put a spec together, and you don't actually go out to bid, you don't know what the number's going to come in at unless it's actually on state bid. So it's somewhat difficult to come with an actual number when you're putting a CIP, something forward for a request.
Yeah, but there's probably on the state bid list.
There is on the
There's a
backhoe, but not on the
But there
pumper.
isn't a pumper,
Right.
That's.
Right.
So I guess my position is, I'll support this coming back to administration this time, but I think we got to come up with a better approach to these large capital items.
I guess I need a definition on coming back to the administration. Does that mean coming back to the town
Meaning if there's
administrator or
anything
coming to us?
beyond the scope of what's laid out here.
To whom?
The administration will come back to the board.
I have the
Back
same
to the
question as
board
Joe.
for approval.
Right, to the board.
Yeah, to the board for approval.
Greg, did you hear that?
I did. Yeah.
I guess the consensus is to leave the language in with that caveat. Personally, I'm with Mr. Prisco. I want to eliminate it. But I think there's a 3-2 consensus is to leave it in with the caveat that it's over and above whatever has been previously presented to us. The department head needs to come to the town administrator, then needs to come back to the board for approval. Purchase any other related equipment or accessories. All right? We need a vote on
Recommend or not recommend?
Well, recommended town meeting.
Right.
Town meeting.
Recommend to town meeting? No, I'm going to recommend.
No, I thought we...
Move to town meeting.
At town meeting because of the free cash issue hasn't been identified.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The financing is-
Correct. Yep. Recommendation to town meeting, that's the motion. That's
Second.
right.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 5?
Move to recommend.
Is there a number, do we need a number on that?
It's 110,000.
So it doesn't need to be in the article?
No.
It'll be in the description that we put in. That
It'll be
gets
in the
mailed.
motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 6?
Recommendation at town meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 7?
Recommendation at town meeting.
Second?
When will we know what this number's going to be, Greg?
We won't until we get our free cash certified.
A second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Prisco. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 8.
Move to recommend town meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Misery. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 9.
Items remaining on our article previous years. Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Misery. Any further discussion? Mr. Prisco?
I apologize, yes, so late in the game. Again, just quickly, what is this again? There's so many things on roads that we talked about, I'm a
Just a
little...
survey. To get a list of street conditions.
No, I think this is to...
Survey services, develop roadway layouts and as-built plans are
Oh,
required for
sorry.
acceptance of 9 unaccepted roads totaling 1.12 miles in length, which will be added to our Chapter 90 allotment going forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 10.
Statute on that one, too. This recommendation town meeting?
Not
And the
recommended.
services related, do we have a,
We have, there presently is the amount of $238,000, which is set aside for the purposes related to water, wastewater, and stormwater. It indicates that this article provides necessary funding upon exhaustion of the $238,000. I think it remains to be seen whether the $238,000 will be exhausted going forward. But it's a request of the DPW.
This is the money left over from the $750,000.
That's correct.
From the
That's
very
correct.
project.
And there's about $250,000 that remains at this point.
But it appears to be this article is not, it's either premature or not necessary at this time.
The article actually has been submitted, if you go back and you look at town meetings in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been pretty standard flavor to allow discussion and an update in terms of what progress is being made with wastewater. And I think that's the primary purpose behind it, is to update town meeting annually, at least on the status of the wastewater project.
Well, then why isn't it just a report?
Right.
Well-
It should be form of an article. Mr. Prisco?
I looked at it a little differently. I thought this was here for actually a different reason completely. I know I believe on the 17th, Dick is coming in with his engineer, and based on some of the work that we've done in the wastewater committee this far, is going to be a short presentation, and then maybe a recommendation to actually put a number assigned to this that support what they're going to present on the 17th.
move to recommend at town meeting?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 11.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Second by Mr. Misery. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Article 12.
We don't have the number yet. We heard about 110, right?
That was just
Recommended town meeting?
There was a number that was grasped.
Yeah, recommended town, move to recommend town meeting.
Second.
Second by Mr. Prisco. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Article 13.
Move Town Hall, we already went over that, that was the painting and
We haven't
cladding.
got the consultant's report back yet, so it's in as a placeholder should the request come in before town meeting.
Move to recommend a town meeting.
Second.
But this is something, we don't have a report yet from the Department
This
of
has
Public.
to be done. We just don't know what the number is.
We don't know what the number is yet. I mean, they laid out what the things that need to be addressed.
Based on the fact that it has to be done.
Wait a minute.
No. Wait a second. Is this related to, I'm sorry, complete your statement.
This is related to creating offices for the,
No, Bob, it's the indoor air quality study.
Right. So
oh,
it's-
I'm sorry.
We don't even have the report from the Department of Public Health yet. So this is September 4th. We're not going to have, we may not even have the report by town meeting. When we have the report, we're certainly not going to know what we need to do or how much we're going to need to expend. So,
That being said, I don't necessarily, if we do get it in a time, and we do have time to look at it, I don't want to wait until June to get an appropriation to address a public health issue within the building, you know, so give yourself the opportunity to, you know, make a recommendation at town meeting, but
how are we even going to know what it's going to cost? I understand
We
we
don't
don't
know
know,
yet.
but how are we even going to put a number on this?
Well,
Even
if we
they can-
don't have the number, then
then we
we
pass it
don't.
over.
Pass it over.
That's all. So move to recommend at town meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
14, is this $5,000?
$5,000 for number 14.
Move to recommend.
Any second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Prisco. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Article 15,
Move to recommend at town meeting.
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Article 16,
Move to recommend at town meeting.
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Article 17,
Move to make a recommendation at town meeting. We didn't hear this one, right? We're going to have a presentation on this.
Next week.
Okay.
Should we be meeting on the 17th,
They're going to be fingerprinted.
especially if you drive an ice cream truck.
do I have
Well,
a second?
we're all out there hawking something somewhere along the way here, right?
Second. Second by Mr. Prisco. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Article 18,
Move to make a recommendation at town meeting.
Second.
any further discussion?
Well,
Have we heard anything
I
from
was gonna
Mr.
ask.
Fear in the last
what is it we're
30
approving
to
here?
45 days regarding this? The last I heard from Mr. Fear regarding this was I attended a FinCom meeting, and it seemed that it was explained to him on that occasion that what he was attempting to do couldn't be done the way he wanted it done. A suggestion was made to him that he should forego any request for a revolving account. And probably best to come before us to look to increase his budget next late winter, early spring budget session. So I don't know if
Well, in the absence of getting that back to us, we'll make a recommendation at town meeting.
Second.
any further discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
No opposed. Motion carries 3-2. That concludes the review of the articles.
And you should have the warrant for you to sign.
We'll go back to, this is what we're on, signing the October 2012 town meeting warrant. We have a motion.
It was
before us.
made and seconded.
Made by Mr. Fode, seconded by Mr. O'Leary. All in favor?
Aye. You ready, John?
We signed it already.
Sorry, it's taking so long.
No, it's on the license. It sounds like do a lot of things backwards. We didn't do that.
Trying to be very careful.
You forgot,
No, glad you did.
I would,
Yeah, I'm gonna jump
hear
down.
the recreation committee.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
We should just do an inspection of the badge, right, to make sure it's real?
Oh, it's real.
Steve knows. Unless there's any strong objection, I'd like to move to Article 9 and hear from the Recreation Commission.
Article 9.
Committee. Is anyone here from Conservation?
I'm all confused.
What?
Never mind. I'm sorry, I'm
What did I
confused.
say?
I got through.
Item 9.
Item 9.
The town meeting vote.
It screwed me up. I was like, what?
Enough out of you.
You screwed me up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's in there. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I don't know what you have before you.
You don't know what
But I have a lot,
narrows in.
no, I have a lot of paperwork, I always do. About our budget amendment, do you have
It's
anything?
in the packet. We received some information in the packet.
Okay.
Trying to get to it.
Going in search of,
Okay.
but we do have it.
Page 177, maybe? Or thereabouts, 170 something.
177, 178.
Thank you.
Actually,
a little bit further.
One before, 176.
Yeah, 176. Pretty good, though. Pretty good.
175, 67.
The first page we're looking at is titled Park and Recreation Department FY 2013 Budget Proposal.
Right, I might have something that might be a little bit easier, it's a summary.
Thank you.
It might be a little bit easier to read.
Thanks.
It's just,
Thank you.
it's, always requested at, town meeting.
Thank you.
All right, I am Maureen Stevens, I am the Operations Director of the Parks and Rec Department, and you do have before you our request for a budget amendment. The amendment is, there's a couple of reasons for it. There are some housekeeping errors that were put into our budget. I had some line items in the wrong place, new to the enterprise and the way it's done, so I'm correcting those, so you'll see that under the notes on the far right, and what the change is. And also to address what happened at June town meeting, the fact that we didn't have the special. I wish there was 150 people there, and we wouldn't have probably had to go through all this. So what we've done is amended our budget to address some current shortages that we have coming through. We're finding the league user fees are actually going down. I don't really know why too much, other than a lot of the parents are saying that they're not having their children play two sports. So we do have, we're showing numbers that are actual to our FY12 earnings. So that's what we're using going forward for FY13 to project. And there's some other things that we've done. So it shows that our income is going to be down just a bit. Instead of 405 at June town meeting, well, that's what my budget showed at 405. It's going to be 402. We had to take out some things. We used to put our wine and food in there. We can't do that because we can't pay the expenses, because expenses include liquor. We're not allowed to pay liquor out of our, so we can't expense that out. It has to be done out of Friends of, so we can't do that. So we can't show if we can't show the revenue, I can't show the expense, so I just took it all out. Just make it, it's a correction as well. I talked to Liz about it, she can't do that. So that being said, we went down, and the salaries, although they look like it's a correction to reflect, a lot of the recreation salaries for the kids that we hire over the summer and things of that nature, I always put those under recreation programs in the past in the revolving account. It's just something that was done, but they had to be all pulled out and then had to be readdressed. So although it shows that $67,000 is a change, it's just really, a lot of it's taken out of the recreation programs. You'll see a change of $51,000 there. So there's some changes that to correct. And we also have, in our emergency repairs, we do have an immediate need to repair the IRP tennis courts. Something happened over the winter. There'd been very large cracks in them. And we didn't put it in the spring because there was a possibility that there was going to be a third court built possibly by another entity, and if they built the third court, we were going to have it fixed. So that's not happening, so now we have to address the courts. It's the only courts in town because the courts at the middle school are down, and we use those frequently as well. In the summer, we couldn't use those, and we definitely had to address the drop in our programs because we usually fill 6 courts of kids over the summer, and we had to go down to 2, so we had to be very careful about how we got the kids in there and the way we set up our programs, and generally there's a little window of time we can get the kids in there. So the indirect expenses, just to make you aware of what that is actually benefits that we have to pay. It could be health. It's the health benefits that we have to pay to the employees, anyone that does it, as well as Medicare. They charge us 1.45% of all our salaries, so that's part of that number. And we did, the change of the 5737 is because we had a recent person come through and possibly going to be requesting to go on health insurance. So it's something that they can do because they are eligible through when they work over 20 hours a week. So that's something that we had to address. We had to increase that. So that's an amendment. So coming down under the budget subsidy, we had on June town meeting raise and appropriate 124,377. In note number 1, it shows what the salaries are, what that was for, and it tells you which ones are which under the note number 1. And then under note number 2, the budget subsidy other, this addresses some corrections that it is in the contract for these buybacks, whether they'll be approved or not. We still have to put them in the budget in case they are something that is approved. So those 2 items are the reason there's an increase, and there's an other subsidy of the 22,583. You'll see that the 22,583, if you flip your page, is almost exactly what our deficit would have been for the personnel subsidy, and just about what we were asking for at June town meeting, 21,579. So 21,579 is what we asked at June town meeting. That didn't get addressed. So we've increased it a little bit. Whether that's going to be addressed with the increase or not, we're looking to just change the budget a little bit to address the opportunity to get the $21,000 back that we would have got. This is the only mechanism it seems to get it back, is to amend our budget in a way for you to help us. Because what's happening right now is our revolving account, when at the end of June 30th, 2011, it had $100,542 in it. You won't see that anywhere on those papers. That's where it ended, and then it has to be certified as free cash, which I believe it has. And because of the deficit, we actually had actual revenue less expenses. We actually came in a deficit of $17,426 and some change with our revenues against our expenses. But we have asked for if we had gotten the 21,000 at June town meeting, we would have been in a surplus. We wouldn't have had any problems with going forward. So what we're looking to do is not have, that 17,000 is going to come out of our retained earnings, which will bring us down to 83,000. And it's if numbers like that keep coming out every year, we're pretty much going to be in trouble. So those numbers are only attributed to the Parks Director and the Operations Director salaries for the 124,377, the 1967, and the 2598. And other than that, the other subsidy, the 22,583 under note number 3, is a mechanism to try to get the money back that we would have got at June town meeting. And we'll use that on repairs that we need to do, because otherwise we're going to have to take it out of our retained earnings, which will bring us even lower than that 83,000. Yeah, the second sheet in is actually what, you'll see the operations director and the line items as to how that came up. And that's what, when I had put in the 21,000, that was a projection based on, 3 months prior to June. It was close. So that's our amendment. So what we're looking to do is ask the town to help us recoup that money back that we would have got in June through a subsidy. So that's how we're looking to address it, through amending our budget.
All right, maybe you addressed it. Maybe I probably just didn't understand it. And in June, why were you looking for that 21,579?
The 21,000 for June is, I knew that when we put through our budget for the enterprise budget at the beginning of the year, Normally, what's been done in the past is the town has paid for the operations director and the parks director salary. I put in at 110,007 as the projected salaries. Budgets, not budgets, contracts weren't settled, buybacks weren't, or any of that weren't in the works. So once all that happened, I knew that I was going to be, not be out of, that was going to be a big amount of money out of our budget. I was going to be in a deficit. I just knew I would if and I was. So I asked for that. That money was specific to the operations director and the parks director salaries.
The 21,579.
That was my projection at the time of town meeting. Okay. What it came in as it actually came in at 22,552.54.
But that was just related to operations director,
That's it.
parks director, salaries and benefits.
That's it.
Yeah, I can actually help you with a little bit more detail on that. There was a one-time longevity payment of $9,104. There was vacation buybacks of $2,737, sick leave buybacks of $2,537, and COLA and merit increases totaling $7,140. So the total of that is equivalent to what we just discussed. And again, I'll attest that they're all related to those positions.
Yeah, you'll see on that second page in, it might not be the exact numbers. The second page in is my bookkeeping that I go, and those are you'll see buyback, longevity, retros, and things like that.
Is this the one time?
Yes.
Yep, one time.
This is the one time.
Yeah.
Right,
The
it's
big-
done
The big
already.
number is the one time.
And I've already had mine because I've been here a lot longer than 10 years, so mine's done.
Mrs. Mullin.
Rita Mullen, 163 Chestnut Street, Recreation Vice Chair. In the past, under the revolving fund, we were always told just to put what our salaries are now, and anything else that happens later is paid out of whatever block that is. It's not up to us to assume that we're going to get a 3%, 5% merit or anything else.
Salary pool.
So what we did, exactly what we had done every year for the past 20-some-odd years, 30 years, and once we became a enterprise fund, we weren't advised to do it or not. It was just we assumed it would come up. They said when we come up in the June one, that was a normal housekeeping measure we'd take up then. So when it didn't happen, it's not like we fell behind, because there are things we cut from recreation anyway to try to balance. When the fees didn't come in as high, then we held off on other things, but we assumed we were going to get that money, and just this is what we had to do to.
I probably knew in June, I didn't recall it tonight, the reason for that.
Right, that was
And it
it.
makes sense. I mean, my understanding, I think I'm right, is that all the town funds in terms of park and recreation are those two particular salaries and what's associated with those salaries. Any questions? Mr.
Just a
Messeri?
question for Maureen.
Sure.
On the user fee, league user fees and parks and field rentals, are we seeing some kind of a trend?
A trend.
Or it's just
The last
kind of
few
a
years,
spike in-
probably the last, no, it's been about 3 years, the user fees for the leagues are going down. We charge a per registered player per season fee. And we've been finding that some of the sports are going down, some going up a little bit, but for the most part, the bigger sports, one being soccer, softball was down as well, they're going down about $100 per season, and that's $4,500 for us per season per sport. So not all of them are that, but that's a big chunk of change. And when we ask people all the time what's going on, and parents say to us, I'm signing up one. You can play one sport. They used to play two, or they're not, and for whatever reason, whether it's economy or the time management of the kids, because they have 3 kids instead of 2, or whatever it is, we're finding that they're signing up one. So we're trying to be a little bit, resourceful, and if they're only going to use the field so often, I've rented them out. So if they're only going to use it for a chunk of time, you'll see that we have some club sports that are using the fields on it. So our rentals, they've gone up. I know on this amendment, it shows it's gone down like $500, but from the previous year, it's gone up about $10,000. So we're trying to make up some of the money, but we're also hoping that the leagues will go up. Not probably go up as where they were, but definitely get them in. And it also can be a trend. We find in our preschool programs that the numbers are down a little bit. So sometimes it's just a trend of how many 3- and 4-year-olds, how many 6-, 7-, 8-year-olds you have. It's like the schools, they go through trends of what they sign up for, and there could be a trend of a 3-year trend. So it's kind of hard to figure, but that's what
Well,
we're
our
looking
user
at.
fees are probably one of the highest around.
They are the highest, yeah. We go to the Mass Park and Rec Association, and they tell us we're the highest. I
That's a
tell them
problem.
we have the best fields, though, so.
Still doesn't make
Thank
it
you.
easier for a parent to pull it out of his
Yeah.
or her pocket, so. Anything further?
That's very good if he has a recommendation.
Mr. Valiakonis?
I'm in favor of it.
Just a quick question.
Briscoe?
Is there a reason why the town hall fields, there's no revenue? You don't, no more programs back there?
But the town hall field, softball uses it occasionally, so we get user fees through the league fees there. We use it a lot during the day. I mean, I know that Mr. Valiakonis will tell you that we do Pee Wee soccer out there, which is really good. It's a really good field for that. It's a recreation one. But as far as being out there, it's a junior softball field, and it is used for that. And there's some other uses that, this summer, a special needs group came in and they did kickball and things like that. So it is used here and there, but mostly, it's a junior softball field, so it has limited opportunities. So, and we don't allow anyone to come in here during town hall office and use it, where it's different with a park. You can go, oh, yeah, you can rent that as a corporate outing or whatever. Can't do that here. There's no parking.
Good, I'm all
Anything
set.
further?
Ready.
Board members? Do you have a motion? Oh, no, there's no, there's just discussion.
Just wanted to discuss.
I appreciate you coming in and explaining it. I think you
No,
explained
no
it very
problem.
well.
No. Thanks for having me.
Anything else?
Now, I know you don't want to hear any more about halos over anybody's head, but to be quite honest with you, we see the difference. Maureen is the one that brought back to recreation, if the leagues were down, to use that space in the fields to rent them out. And she really
That's
is,
great.
she really is the one that went out and made sure that we made up the revenue on that end. So, I mean, we commend her every day on these kind of things, because we would have just gone along like normal and let everybody use, all the fields, but she cut back on some, and when you have people, knocking the doors down to give you money to rent it, and you see that we don't necessarily have to give soccer 5 fields, we can cut back to 4 if their numbers are down.
And
She's the
give
one
to
that
our
brought
club
that
soccer
back up,
team,
so
which pays us
we
fees.
do appreciate what she's done.
It appears to be the rentals, just by driving by on the turf field, have been increased. Seems like
Yeah, the
there's
summer-
always something going on.
Yeah, the summer, it was really busy. I had a semi-pro football team in there on Saturdays, and, they did about 5 or 6 Saturdays, so they paid the fees, exactly what was on the books that they're supposed to pay, and they loved it. He called me today and said he wishes he could do the next 3 Saturdays. I said, you can't, we got our youth sports start, you had to be done. So, and he knew that, so we took it while he could get it, and they loved the field, and a lot of the, it was rented a lot. We have a soccer club that's just waiting for some opening times to come in, and he says, I'll rent it whenever. And I used to call him up and say, I got some free time on Saturday. He says, I'll take it. He would move from another location to ours. So they just like it, so.
Nice job, good work, thank you.
Thank you.
Good thing she's salaried.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you have Mr. Weiss here from Conservation.
Oh, okay.
Larry Weiss, Chairman of
Mr.
Conservation.
Weiss, would you like to come up? Thank you.
I thought he was giving public comment, that's why I mentioned it earlier.
Hello, Marty.
Yeah. Due to vacations between us, the letter that went into the selectmen wasn't exactly right, and I apologize for that. What we're asking for is really like $3,400 and not the $9,000. And so I revised the letter. I don't know if it's okay to pass. Sure. Along with the
Thank you.
budget that was submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is it we had, Greg, before us before? We found?
I can get that information.
Good. The previous budget?
Right.
Yeah, our budget has been cut way back so that our conservation agent hours have been cut way back. We now, because she can't attend, there's not enough hours for her to attend 2 meetings a month, we're down to 1 meeting a month. And also, it's getting difficult for her to cover all the site visits she has to do with the hours that are presented here. Basically, what we have in the budget without this amendment is for her to put in 10 hours a week. And what we're asking for is another 10 hours a month on top of that. And basically because since I guess a lot of people know that she's not around as like she used to be, we're getting into more violations of the wetlands. And in the last 3 months, we've had 6 violations. The violations take a lot of her time. She has to investigate it and then get permission to go on the property and then get permission to see that the correction has been made. And also, she's getting a lot more requests to cut trees within the buffer zone of the wetlands. The wetlands buffer zone is within 100 feet of the wetlands, and to cut trees, they have to get a permit from the Conservation Commission, and she does between 50 and 60 site visits just on tree cutting alone. She has to go out, look at the trees, see which ones they want to cut down and what are their reasons, and decide, bring it back to the commission to vote on it. So basically, we need more time from the conservation agent, and we're asking for another 10 hours a month, which adds up to another $3,480.
Board members? Mr. Prisco?
Just to make sure. So original request was for 9,000, now it's going down to 3,000.
No, that was a misunderstanding of, between the vacations.
Oh, okay.
So we're adding, as you can see, we're adding that to the $16,000 that's already in the budget.
So the 19,488 includes the 3,480 in it?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can see that on the budget, previous budget sheet attached to the request for the amendment.
Greg, I know we addressed some of this last year, and we added money back in
We
at
did.
that point in time.
We did add money back in.
Yeah, they ran out of money.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to get, I thought that brought the hours per week to the 16.5 hours.
The agent is paid through an expense account, and the salary that was voted at town meeting was $18,978. Just for reference, the prior year was $2,970, so you can see that there was $16,000 that was added to the budget at Springtown meeting for the purposes of the conservation agent position.
But that's because the conservation funds had exhausted.
Correct.
The fees that were generated
Right.
previously, which was
Correct.
funding the position.
What's that number that was approved, 18?
$18,978.
Yeah, it's on that sheet, your second sheet.
Okay, but now they're looking for an increase of 3,480, bringing the line item to 19,488.
That's on
So-
just on the professional services line item, 53,400. From 16,008 to 19.
Originally, we had a revolving fund
I don't see it.
that we got from fines that were paid for violations, and that money was going to be used for environmental things, like planting trees.
Now I got it. I thought the number...
No, it just pertains to the additional $3,480 is to go to professional services / engineer. Line item 53,0400, so it'll go from 16,008 to 19,488, and then that would increase the bottom line by the appropriate amount.
There we go. Mr. Prisco, did you see it?
I do.
Board members? Any further questions, discussion?
No, I just think, It's the level of services that we need to provide. And right now, we're operating at bare minimum, so.
Are we sure that's enough?
We don't know.
I'm sure it'll
what
take
the-
more if we give it to them.
We don't know what the violations are going to
Mr.
be.
Valiakonis, you have a recommendation?
Seems like there's a lot out there.
Not at this time. It would seem that us funding it at $16,000 was a significant increase compared to what we funded it in the past, and the administration's position is that we would not be in favor of increasing the budget at this time.
Mr. O'Leary?
$16,000 may be an increase in an appropriation that we made, but it wasn't an increase in the expenditures that were made in that area. The position has actually been cut back as far as, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
Oh.
That is, we expended, in order to maintain that office, it was being serviced by fees that were raised by the Conservation Commission over the years.
We agree.
Right? So to actually maintain the office, it was.
One other thing, I want to mention this again, is that we had a revolving fund that was going to be used for equipment that the Conservation Commission needed and for planting trees and doing other environmental things. And the town had taken that money and used it to pay salary of the conservation agent. And that it ran out of money, and we never got any information about how that fund stood, and all of a sudden it was out of money. And the conservation agent had to be told, don't come to work, we don't have any money to pay you last year. And we don't want to run into the same thing again.
So the actual appropriation, depending upon the sources, was greater than what we're appropriating now. And we've cut back on the services that the Conservation Commission and agent provide to the community as a result of the shortfall in funding of the revolving fund. So while it's an increase in an appropriation and subsidization from the general fund, it's still a decrease in the cost of operating the department, even with the additional 3480.
When it was fully funded, for lack of a better term, how many hours per week?
60 and a half.
No.
Marty, what was Leah, what was her normal?
The contract calls for 66 hours a month.
That's what we were.
65.
And you're gonna make her, and she's gonna.
So she'll get back to that point.
No,
she'll only be
she'll only be going up to
12 and a half.
Yeah,
She'll go back to
wasn't
50.
60 and a half.
She'll be going to 50. Right now, she's at 40 hours a month. So she's gone from 65
She was
to
at 60 and a
40.
half hours a week, actually.
What I'm
That's why I
trying
asked
to
the question.
what I'm trying to reconcile.
No, 6.5 was
That's
just
what
a
I was saying all
mistake.
along, but they're willing to work with it to see what the demand is. But, to me, it was, right now, the demand appears to be the level that's being requested, with not much wiggle room. I mean, the Conservation Commission has cut back the number of meetings a month because the conservation agent can't be present because she's spending all of her time in the field. Whereas before, she was spending a couple of meetings a month, an additional 4 or 5 hours a month just for meeting with the Conservation Commission. It's now gone. So
you're satisfied with this amount? Do you think that's going?
Yes, I mean, we can't predict
Yeah.
the violations or how complicated the projects are going to be, but we think that'll do it, and if we don't need the hours, we won't use them.
No, I'm asking if you think you may need more. I mean, I guess this is the time to ask.
Right, we want to manage it. And
Yes.
obviously, if we can manage it and use less, great, but
I think the 10
I'd
hours a
hate to
month
pigeonhole
will
you
help
here
us.
with the,
I think they'll do it.
historically, we've used more than this, so. Who builds their budget every year for our budget books? Who does that?
it's a combination of
The administrative assistant does it with
with
the
Liz.
town treasurer, is it? Is that who it
Liz,
is?
the finance director.
Maybe next year, we can help them out a little bit. Make sure it's, so we don't have to be back here again.
Well, they need to do it. They know the workload. We don't know the workload. They need to be able to present to us what they think they need to satisfy the requirements of the community. So, I don't know how we do
I mean,
that.
initially, when they ran
Some
out of money,
guidance.
there was, some squawking from local developers because they come in and there was nobody here. So there was a delay in meeting all those timelines in order to allow projects to progress. That seems to be managed a little bit better now because of the hours that we put in here, but...
I think we got some money from the Finance Committee to finish up last year.
Finance Committee care to weigh in on this particular issue? I meant to ask you on Park and Rec, too, but I failed to do that, so you can weigh in on both. I know we.
haven't seen any of the documentation.
I
I know
would
there was a problem last year. I know what the fees are going to cover themselves. I know that there's been an issue about lack of coverage at the desk, and I know that Leah performs a good service. I would assume that whatever this fine gentleman suggests as being adequate hours, assuming that it's doable, that you should go along with it.
Thank you. Care to weigh in the Park and Rec while you're at it, too? Okay. Fair enough. It's not too late. There was no motion. There was no motion. Okay, thank you.
There were some problems initially getting Parks and Rec up and running with Munis. And it was a concern.
Well, when they made the switch to the enterprise. Okay.
I'm sorry, yes. And it was a concern of the Finance Committee when that switch was made to an enterprise account. And we asked various questions and hoped that the powers that be were going to help the appropriation department understand how you work with an enterprise. And I don't actually think that until quite recently it was clear to that department, and I think that that's what caused a lot of the issues.
I agree. I understand. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So this is just about $348 a month? That's it?
It's $3,480
For the year?
For the year.
There's only 10 months left, so that's all he's asking for, is $348 a month. I mean...
He's asking for
so
additional 10 hours a month.
Yeah, that will be, I assume, going forward, and it may come back next year, depending upon the workload, more or less.
If they need more, but that's okay.
That's what they're asking.
That's fine, all right, we're good.
But Greg, you're still not in favor of it? Do you
No,
think-
because there's resources are scant, and we've got budget requests in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we deferred from town meeting in the spring, in June, and I'd like to have those addressed before this is considered on the top of the list.
Well, this just appears to be small peanuts. And I know that there's been an uptick in activity over at Martin's Pond of people cutting down trees, bringing in sand, and she can't get over there. So I know I've heard about those issues, read about those issues. I think it's an area that we've probably neglected. Should probably have more time and more money invested in it a long time ago. So
I agree.
So I think we also have a responsibility to maintain the wetlands. And
right?
Yeah, we just got a Martin's Pond violation today.
That's probably the fifth of the last 3 weeks. Mr. Prisco?
No, I feel like we're not really helping them, but...
Well, Mr. Weiss, I'm sure will be back here again.
I hope not.
Well, he tells us they can live with this at this point. In terms of development, there doesn't appear to be a lot of development going on, but there's other issues we got.
Yeah, there's a couple of new houses.
Every time you build a house, put an
agenda.
addition on, it's encroachment.
So not like it had been a few years back, so.
And, you know, North Reading is about 25% wetlands, and now they're squeezing in.
Yeah, what's left to be built on is damp.
Squeezing in all they can.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So, well, okay, but, so, we might be different with you on this one.
Yeah,
As far as...
but, you know, at this point, the board is going to be making its recommendation. I'd like to present the entire budget amendment package to you at next week's meeting as part of the warrant, the meeting in 2 weeks as part of the warrant article hearing. And at that time, the board can make a decision whether to include this within that list.
Okay. I
know that the list that I've received and reviewed, the finance director, is already long. My goal is not to add to it, see, at any rate, not to add to it at all. just because of the fact that there's competition for every dollar at this point.
Well, I would suggest that you add it to the list, and if we have to cut it back, let the board prioritize. This may or may not fall off. That's my feeling. In other words, if we're going to be out of balance by $3,400, $3,500, then let us decide.
Mr. Messeri?
We've got broad
I guess
shoulders.
The concern I have is we're marching down the wire. We have an early October town meeting, and it would seem to me that we should have the information on the budget adjustments sooner than later.
Yeah, I hope we get it before the meeting on the 17th. I hope we get at least a week in advance to look it over. I hope, I don't know.
I can hand it out under my report this evening. I wasn't prepared to do so, but if the board wishes, we can have a discussion about it.
It doesn't have to be this evening, but if we could get it at least 7 days in advance, 6 days in advance.
Fine. Like I said, I'd like to review it first with the finance committee.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then bring it back before the board after it's done with the finance committee.
Okay. Item 8, not Article 8. Well past the hour of 8 o'clock. Public hearing, consider sale of town-owned land, which was continued a couple of times.
Can I have it?
Sorry?
No, she was kissing you goodnight, and I said goodnight for you.
She threw us all a kiss. I don't know if it was
She
just-
threw it on to you. All right, so what page are we starting on?
Should I go this?
Board members, you'll know, let me introduce it. The matter was originally scheduled on August 20th. There was an advertisement that was placed in the newspaper. You have a copy of it. The two parcels that are shown up on the top of the list, that would be 17R Francis Street and 8 Devons Road. Both of those parcels were submitted by request to the Board of Selectmen as parcels to consider for sale by residents. The remaining parcels that are shown here are the ones from 2011, where the board held an auction in September. And in September, the board put a number of parcels out to bid. My recollection is 6 of those parcels were sold. These ones were put on the list, however, there were no bidders. So what we've done is we've resubmitted those back to the board for its consideration and offering them for sale again as part of the land auction that will be taking place this fall. You have a compilation that was put together by administration that shows you how the various town departments, boards, and committees have indicated an interest in the properties. And you'll note that relates to the Housing Partnership, Conservation, Community Planning Commission, Park and Recreation, Land Utilization, Finance Department, Finance Committee and School Committee, and DPW. So you have an opportunity to look at the listings and properties that are shown here.
Being in a public hearing, I think we have to open the public hearing. So the notice that has to be read?
I don't have
I did. Thank you, Joe. It's right here. Thank
Public notice, the Board of Selectmen shall be considering for sale the following parcels of town-owned land on Monday, August 20th, 2012 at 7:10 PM in room 14 of the Town Hall, 235 North Street, North Reading, Mass. Any parties interested in the potential sale and subsequent private ownership of these parcels should plan on attending.
Excuse me, this is just a continuation. We've already opened a
Right.
public hearing, so, yeah. We did that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So this is just a continuation. Excuse me.
So, 17R Francis is the first one?
Yes.
That's the one where there was, I believe it was a gentleman who owns property in that area who was looking to purchase this in order to,
Septic, you want to put a septic on it?
correct,
Just help me out,
I appreciate that.
no problem. Page 148.
fairly recent request. Request came in January. What we had done in the past, a situation like this, we would offer it, put a restriction on it, and
To make it part of the parcel,
Part of the
it could be
parcel.
conjoined with the adjoining parcel.
to be used as a buildable lot, separate buildable lot, and
And again, we would not necessarily put a restriction on it as far as accessory buildings or things like that. If they want to put a septic system or a shed or garage, go for it. As long as it meets zoning, you have to go before the Board of Appeals or anybody else. And in this particular case, this one's landlocked anyway, there is no frontage.
this one here, I personally don't see any reason why we would not want to offer it with a restriction on it. And then, discuss what we propose as a sale price. And I think what we've done in the past was cost of transfer it.
It's a 5,000 square foot lot, right? So, just a question. On page 49, so the assessed value, 26,300, that was back in 1983? Or is that the current assessed value?
One more time.
On page 149, for this particular parcel, it says the assessed value, $26,300.
Those are all current assessed values. All current, all up to date.
I'm sorry, what page?
On page 149, the taxes unpaid at time of acquisition of the parcel, that was back in 1983, I would assume.
I think you're looking at the different property. You're looking at Devon's.
Oh, am I reading the wrong one?
Dealing
Yes.
with 17 Francis Street.
Okay, so then the assessed value on that one is $29,300. So it's even a little more. Okay.
Thoughts, opinions?
If we look at the motion, the suggested motions that we have, like page 8, I think restrictions number 1 and 3. And I forget what that waives the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A. What is that? Was that the grandfathering rights?
That's what it is.
Okay, so 1, 3, and 5, not that it's applicable, but 5 is not necessarily applicable, but throw it in there anyway.
We could have, discuss a minimum bid price as well.
I would say $1,100. Been running about 1,000?
Yeah, it was exactly what we were looking at. I think it was, last time we did it was about $1,100 for the conveyance costs and legal fees.
So you don't have an estimate? You don't have a firm estimate? I mean, I don't want, if it's gone up in a year, I assume.
No, it hasn't gone up. The price would remain the same.
Some of it's been 900 and some change, and fluctuates a couple $100. I'd say $1,100.
It's a bid price.
And we're not going to choose number 4 because we want him to have the ability to build an addition into this area, or in this case, he wants to, well, this one, I don't know what he wants to put on this one.
He wants septic.
He's looking for septic, but again, he might be able to put a shed on top of that. That's fine.
Okay.
Or even a garage. So, and number 3, restriction number 3 would require him to combine it with the adjoining parcel.
Yeah. I'm good with it. I'm ready.
135.
I'm ready to go.
1,100?
That's just my suggestion.
What are you suggesting?
$1,100.
$1,100 minimum bid price with the restrictions of number 1, number 3, and number 5.
Just as a rule of thumb, if you figure $1 a square foot, you're in the 12.6.
Yeah, but I think last year we didn't go with a rule of thumb.
We went with cost.
We go with the cost to convey to the town to get it back on the tax rolls. You know, some people are getting, larger parcels for the same price as a small parcel. Our goal is to get it back on the tax rolls and not have the taxpayers pay anything to put it back on the tax rolls. And then,
Are you recommending something else, Bob?
he was just thinking, $1 a square foot, but if you have a 25,000 square foot parcel that's landlocked, you want to get a, why buy it when I can enjoy it for nothing?
Okay.
We have a motion?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I move to sell by auction town-owned land designated as map 26, parcel 77, located at 17R Francis Street, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 60, Section 77B, and minimum bid price of $1,100, subject to the following restrictions. 1, in and of itself as a separate building lot. 3, no building or other structure of any kind shall be erected or maintained on the premises unless the premises combined with adjoining and said adjoining land already meets the minimum requirements of the town of the North Reading for a separate building lot. And 5, to waive the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, pursuant to its 9th paragraph.
Okay, just reading restriction 1, is it missing something? It just doesn't read, like, it appears to make sense to me. In and of itself as a separate.
In and of itself is a separate building lot, so it will not be, is not.
It's the same wording we had last year, I believe.
Just doesn't. Should it not read in and of itself is not a separate building lot? Yeah, it doesn't read right.
It's saying that it is considered a separate lot with that condition on it, with that restriction on it, in and of itself as a separate lot.
So that's a restriction. The restriction is that in and of itself, a separate building lot. That's the restriction.
It's a lot.
In other words, it cannot be a separate building lot.
You gotta leave the not out of it.
Right.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's a
These
double
are-
negative.
this is a list of
The
restrictions.
restriction becomes a double negative with a not in there, and that means it would be. You can build on it.
I think we had this discussion last
We
week.
did.
Okay.
We
I
did.
wasn't here, so I have an excuse.
You were here, right.
Oh, I have none?
I didn't, someone else said it. Yeah, you said it. And I don't have a JD.
I seconded that, right?
You didn't, but I'll take it right now.
Okay, have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Now, Deppin's Road parcel is part of what we had discussed earlier, I believe.
Yeah, I would suggest holding off at this particular time until we have all the issues resolved with the entranceway to the high school. So I would not be in favor
Well,
of...
we need to take any action on any motions?
No, other than we had part of the public hearing. This particular one, I would recommend that we not take any action in disposing of this
You
parcel
turning
at this
that into a
time.
motion?
No, just...
Don't need a motion.
Just as a matter of discussion for the record, that, the board, on a consensus basis, that we do not wish to offer this for sale at this particular time. If that's a consensus, Mr. Chairman.
Appears to
Okay with it?
Appears to be.
appears to be the consensus.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, the other properties, Mr. Valiakonis, are properties that we already considered last year
Correct.
to auction and
Correct.
no bidders.
That's right, and they're all offered at the minimum prices Selectman O'Leary indicated, which was the cost of conveyance, legal cost and conveyance cost of the properties.
Would we have to renew each motion
Yes,
relative to each parcel?
yes.
In most of these, we did have interest. We did have interest in them, that's why they were...
Well, I think that some of the Main Street ones, there was interest, and then the interest like disappeared.
Right,
You
that
know,
was...
Joker's Wild?
Right, Joker's Wild, Patley Road, right.
Yeah, because they figured they could continue using it.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it.
Unless someone else were to buy it.
Right.
Put up a picket fence.
A couple rock walls. Rocks.
Well, if we offered them last year, I don't see, personally, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't offer them again this year. Unless you don't have a different...
Yeah, the only reason why we wouldn't is if something had changed on, you know, on a
Right.
need in a particular lot or something.
You know, just go, you want to see...
No, there's
Need
been
that's
nothing.
developed.
If something would have developed over the last year, we would not include them on the list again for the board to consider.
Do you recall what, do they all have the same restrictions?
They did.
And are they all the same price?
Last year we did it all at the same price. I think you
No,
said
there was
about
a couple that were a little more. There were 900s and...
Yeah, 900s was the minimum last year, was 900.
So what are the wishes this year?
Oh, I think on the Main Street parcels, did we just say the cost of conveyance?
How do you set
I think
that?
there
We had to set
were,
this
I
amendment
recall
bid
two
price.
different prices.
What's that?
I recall the lots were either one price or another. Most of them were 900, but there were a couple that were higher. And I don't remember which ones got sold.
I think the one up
Especially
near
back to
us,
the old,
I think the one that was up near us that got sold. Was the one on,
Oh, yeah,
Toledo-
yeah,
Toledo and-
Peter Day. Juniper.
Juniper.
I want to say it's the 304 Main Street, or it's the 180.
Right, and that was sold, and they split.
Right. Did Greg go to check to see what they were at? Is that what he put it up to?
Maybe.
Next door. It's going to be the 180 and 182.
I grabbed the files to see what the minimum prices were from a year ago.
the probably minutes, September 19, 2011 meeting.
Really?
When did we do it?
September 19th.
That's when we first talked about them, or maybe not the first time.
Gosh, some of these have been advertised. I went back and I pulled a file. 5 Audubon was 1997. We tried to sell it. We didn't have any luck. Yeah, what I don't have is I don't have the minimum prices that the board set last year.
Do we have, what was the bid opening on?
The date,
Yeah.
I think it was, someone said the 19th.
Of what, September?
Hang on.
So when did we do it? We would have done it,
It would have been September.
probably did it in June.
No, we were sold them in September. So the board had a meeting as part of its regular calendar in September.
I got the
2011.
minutes here.
You do?
Greg.
Okay. When was it?
Okay, parcel, map 5, map 9, parcel 21 was $1,500.
Which one was that?
921.
Okay, that's sold.
That one that sold?
I think that was the one on June.
No, that was Freddie Shaw bought it, that was all
Okay,
the pond.
9 parcel 21 was 1,500, 3710 was 900.
Okay, that's this one.
Map 43, parcel 53 was 1,500.
Gone.
I'll just grab the 1,500 piece. I think those are the only two. No, there's another one. No, that's map 9, parcel 21. Why is it repeated?
We had problems with minutes back then, I think.
What was the date of that, Bob, your minutes?
The minutes of September 19, 2011, which you'll find in the agenda of October 3rd.
Glad they didn't delete that.
Well, you wouldn't have had any impact on.
Oh, that's right. I was
Yeah,
thinking
once you
pull it
break
out
it
of
down.
Dropbox, yeah. Thank God.
That's why I pulled them down, because you were still on the board. Kidding. Just kidding.
I can take
So it looks like there were 2 for 1,500,
So, yeah,
those
so-
2 that I called out. All the rest were 900.
Well, we found that our costs were averaging somewhere around 1,100, right?
Yeah,
But those
900.
didn't those have something to do with the title? You know, a little more work that had to be done?
That's why we put in the price of $900. It was our average cost.
Those particular parcels we sold for more money, I think there was a little extra work that had to be done. So
I'll go back and look at my old minutes. What are the wishes of the board? Map 37, parcel 10, Cedar Street.
For the same, $900, but I don't know what the restrictions were on that. Do you have the restrictions, Bob?
Yeah. On which one?
on zero.
3710.
3710? Yeah. And that the lot not be used for 1, 2, and 3. I'll read what they are in case they're different. In and of itself, a separate building lot. The premises shall not be used to satisfy minimum zoning or health code requirements. And for the construction or use of any building on adjoining land. And no building or other structure of any kind shall be erected or maintained on the premises unless the premises is combined with adjoining and said adjoining land already meets the minimum requirements of the town of North Reading for a separate building lot. Those are the 3. And it was motion by Mr. Prisco, seconded by Mr. O'Leary on a 4-0 vote. Someone was absent that day, I guess. Mr. O'Leary, Mr. Prisco, Mrs. Danley, the building inspector, James DeCola, town administrator, Mr. Yule. Greg and Jeff were not present.
We got out early that night.
That was September 19th, 2011. Isn't it so handy to have all this stuff?
It does.
So long ago.
Nice. Nice to have right at your fingertips.
Okay.
I'm in support of handling those just the way we did last
Okay,
time.
I do too, yeah.
Can't we do it in one motion?
I'd like to.
I don't think you can, so.
Greg, we have to do individual motions on each parcel, or can we just renew these as part of one, as we did last year with the same restrictions on each parcel as last year?
Sure. We can do that.
Thanks, Greg.
We can do that.
So moved.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I move to offer those lots which were offered last year for sale under the same restrictions and minimum bid prices as previously.
Why don't you just say it's voted on our meeting
Voted
on
on
Monday, September 19th?
September 19th, 2011.
Second.
Allison, you got that? You got it.
Close enough there, Allison? Get the drift of it?
We're watching these minutes. Any further discussion? Hearing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Made sense to me.
I was good. The way we handled that.
Throw those on.
Okay,
So they have, people have the opportunity to buy this at any time during the whole year, right?
Right, generally, we visit it once a year, but if someone were to me, if someone were going to make
No, you have to...
express an interest.
You'll bid
We'll bring
it.
the letter to the board, if someone wants to buy it during the year.
Right, but we're forced to go out to bid under 30B.
Oh, yeah, we don't have a choice, we have to bid it.
Okay, so that brings us down to item 10. Vote to accept land donations.
We're collecting land faster than...
Giving it.
So wetlands, I gather.
Board members, you have a request for 2 land donations. You have a copy of the letter which has been sent to you by an individual by the name of John Hatch, who is trustee for the Ruth E. Hatch Trust. Indicates that there were 2 parcels, one totaling 5 acres, the second one totaling 7 acres. The proposal that's been put forth is that they wish to donate those to the town. We have inquired of council, and the board can accept them this evening by a vote of the town. And if you wish to do so, we'll go forward and request the conveyances through town council.
The one on Darrell Drive, that's the one that the conservation, or butts the town forest?
LUC has indicated an interest.
Right, LUC, that's the one that butts the town forest.
Correct, yes, it does.
The one rear Lindor Road, at some point, we'll probably end up acquiring it through tax title, because if we don't accept it, they're probably going to stop paying on it. So we'll be the proud owners of it anyway.
And the
But all
nice-
these years, they have been paying.
The nice news is all the taxes are paid.
Right, so, but it's not of any value. And I did speak with a couple of abutters there. They have no interest or desire to purchase it because they know that it's not buildable, and they're afraid that their assessed valuation on their property would go through the roof, and they don't want to assume the cost of increased assessment. They're not worried about being built behind, so.
Yeah, I question why we would want to take it.
Other than, we're gonna end up owning it at some point. If they stop paying on it,
Yeah, I know.
then we incur legal costs of,
Which all gets recouped.
how's it get recouped? Explain.
You're right.
Huh?
Not necessarily.
No, because we're gonna be the proud owners, one way or another.
Mr. Prisco.
In the letter, the references that he provided copies of the current tax bills, but we didn't have those in our packet.
We did not receive copies of current tax bills, which is why we went ahead and verified that the taxes were paid, and that's...
How much are they annually on each one?
Sure, plenty.
I don't
It was about $400. I just recall, it was like $90 a quarter or something like that. It was, maybe 90, it was not a lot of money for all the land. But if I recall, it was, or maybe that's a Darrell Drive one. One of them was very small.
Well, we didn't have it, none of that information's been provided to
And
us.
I think in one of our previous packages, we got something. When was the first time we talked about this?
This is the first time.
No.
No.
Oh, no, this has been...
Yeah.
Must be a part of packets.
Well, it's been in the packets, but...
Right, but it was
It's the first
back in,
time we talked
it was probably, July. we had it,
Are we back in August, our packet for August 20th?
I think it was the year before.
Anyone have any thoughts or comments from these two parcels?
No, this particular owner, is he, why does he have these pieces of property to begin with?
He's the trustee of the trust. They're owned by, at one point in time, he's owned by his mother. He lives out in Michigan or someplace.
So I'm familiar with Lindor and Darrell. So I assume, just trying to envision where this is. I know we have a fire road access near there, don't we? Don't we already own?
Actually, I don't even see any frontage. On the original map that we had, it showed some frontage on Lindor Road. I can't see where it is because there's no room in between those houses for 50-foot frontage access.
I'm just confused where this is.
Well, one thing I can assure you is it's on a divide line between two maps.
Like all the rest of them?
Like everyone is on a divide line between two maps, so it's map 31. It's really close to Susan Drive.
No, it's a, no.
Give me the map number again.
51.
51? My daughter
Lindor Road is right. I think it's this one. This one.
Joseph, what's the parcel number again?
Sorry, hold on.
So this would be one, this would be the second.
I think this is the. Daryl's up.
Also, he had two pieces in a completely different area.
What is it? Thank you. 06.
It's this parcel.
Oh, it's the one here.
See, it shows frontage here, and it really isn't. Because it's houses.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there is.
Well, there
is a lot of woods, actually, there's a...
Oh,
in between, I
she's on
know the...
Windows, 5230.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's all right.
I was there this past weekend.
I was looking on the map, not on the sheet.
I said, hey, you never seen this fellow? No, they approached us before, why would we buy it? Nothing can be done with it. I said, there's supposedly some frontage. There's some frontage here. My lot, her lot, right there.
Yeah.
Right behind.
Yeah, so this is probably wrong.
Right.
And the other one is...
Yeah, it's in the forest, it's there, it's probably here or something like that. It must be out forest, let's say.
One in Howard Park, take it.
The state?
Give it to the state.
No money.
No, give it to them for free.
No, but it directly abuts the town forest, it's not bad. Quiet.
I know they are now.
Can you enlighten the rest of us?
Where they at? Oh, I could show you over there.
Or can you show me, can't describe?
Not on this, I mean, this is hard to read.
It's gonna be right in here. I thought it.
Do you know where Martin,
Yeah.
Kathy Martin lives? Across the street from her. In those woods behind her, it's in that area. It's right near her.
Right here. This is where mine is.
Yeah, so it's this.
Right down in here.
It's right here. Well, it says it's supposed to.
Have a little frontage there, right?
There isn't.
Well, you can't tell because people, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but this, it's all this.
It's 52.
And then Darrell. One in Darrell is actually right, abuts, it actually abuts the Harold Parker.
Yeah, right, that's the one, that's the forest.
Right. So if we take it, do we incur an expense by accepting the gift?
What's the?
5230.
Just paperwork and journaling?
No, it has to be a transfer of ownership.
So I'm
Someone has to
asking.
pay for that. Sure.
We're taking.
Guess we, at this point, I'd take the path of least expense, whatever one that is. I'd rather not take it and wait. But if you're telling me you're gonna spend $3,000 more than taking it now, then I would probably reconsider. But I don't know. I don't have any.
7. I don't see. It has to be.
It is a lane.
It's done by line.
It is a lane.
The only place
It's
where
behind,
it is.
it's behind this guy's house.
Yep.
Let's see. 5 right here.
That'd be
5, 6.4.
Yeah, Bob, that we just look at. Do you see?
It's these two.
Mm.
So here. It's these.
Okay. It's gotta be it.
It's gotta be in that area.
It's 7 acres. That's 6.4.
So this, Steve, somebody's front yard may be on their property.
I don't think so. What did I say?
No, this tree.
You said right here.
Across here.
But
Yeah.
But there's a house
So we could
here.
have expanded the yard, but
he claims he went down there and he was there this weekend. And one guy's yard, another guy's yard, and then the property's behind it.
Yeah, over the years, they probably both took more and more and more. and
Yeah,
There's no
I
frontage
guess we
anymore.
just need more clarification as what it is. It's gotta be
Okay.
this parcel here. I mean, that's right, if that's the case, it's right behind Hidden Pond Lane. There might be some interest in here. But, dude, you just finished?
Except we need more information before we take any
Yeah.
action on this?
Yeah.
We can't find it.
Yeah, I would just,
Okay.
well, maybe have the assessor's office look up the, do you have the tax records? See if we can associate it with the map, find out exactly where it is, and, you know, look at it at the next meeting.
Any objection to delaying any action on this particular item to our meeting on the 17th? Consensus?
I'd rather delay it.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Can I make a request though on some of these maps, if it's possible? Greg, question really for you. Is it maybe easier for you to take a picture of some of these maps with your iPhone and then put it into the documents so they're just cleaner and clearer
Instead
to
of,
read?
instead of scanning it?
Yeah, because, well, on purple paper, and then you scan it in, just does the combination, even blue paper sometimes, you really can't see it that well.
We can put the maps on white paper.
Maybe that would make it easier. But I thought if you could take them pictures from that book and then put those in here, those are beautiful. You can see those.
It's true.
Perfect.
Except we can't find this person.
Yes.
Right,
It's another-
that aside.
it's a split.
That aside, in the future, if you know, even if you're having your staff take a picture of it with an iPhone or something, you can just easily download into the packet. You know, you save it
Yeah,
as a photo.
what we typically do is we'll look at that, we may need to run it in a higher resolution version of PDF, because we scan everything in compact PDF.
Well, Dick just sent that email too, the new GIS system and everything, maybe.
Right.
That would be.
I hear what your point is, though, it's a good point.
Yeah, that's just hard for me to read, I'm sorry.
Hard for me to read, too.
All right, so we're going to delay action on this item.
Map
until-
52, parcel 30. That's what we're gonna delay, right? What about Darrell? We're gonna, do we take action on Darrell?
We haven't taken action on either one of these.
But we did have a recommendation from LUC on Darrell.
Yeah.
To accept, because it directly abuts the town forest.
Yeah.
Further discussion on that item?
Yeah. Move to recommend acceptance of map 51, parcel 6, 0 off Darrell Drive.
Second.
Oh, do we have one?
Should be, well, the motion's probably combined. Is it combined?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not? Okay, you got something there?
Quite all right. Bob said.
Did that cover it?
Okay,
Yes,
motion by Mr.
exactly.
O'Leary, second by Mr. Misery. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So we're going to delay action on map 52, parcel 30, 0, Rails Indoor Race. I think it gets us to the town administrator.
Evening. There's a letter that's in your packet from the attorney representing the owner of the property formerly held by Piccadilly Pub. And the communication indicates that the property owner, who has a vested interest in the license, requested a revocation hearing be scheduled at this point against the MPG North Reading, DBA Piccadilly Pub. I did have an opportunity to speak with counsel because originally, as I reported to the board, it was the intent of the property owner to simply seek a transfer of this license. However, in discussions with the ABCC, the property owner and their attorney determined that the licensing authorities, which is this board, vote to revoke the old license, and that any new restaurant coming into that location would be seeking a brand-new license. Again, that's different than what had been reported back to the board, that this was going to be handled as a transfer. So there are no legal notice requirements for a posted public hearing. We are required to notify the owner of the license, the MPG, at their last known address. And so we will do that. They'll have an opportunity to be present and defend their license. I doubt they'll show up. They haven't shown up for anything yet. There are 9 Piccadilly Pub establishments throughout the Commonwealth that were held by this MPG group, variations of it. They've abandoned since February. So again, the license has been abandoned since February. And by revocation, it then would make that location available for any new license that would be coming in. So in the interest of moving this issue forward, I would ask you to consider the hearing on the 17th of September.
That does give us adequate notice?
Yeah, we'll send out, we're required to send a registered letter, and that's it. That's the only requirement that we have, is to notice out by registered letter. We'll notify the attorney who's seeking the revocation action, so that they're aware of the fact that the matter has been scheduled. They may perhaps send someone in to wish to speak on behalf of the request, but at this point, this is what's necessary to clear the license at that particular location.
And it appears as though, and you're the attorney, that they've actually taken possession of all assets and everything, which would include the license as a result of the default?
Yes.
In the judgment. So they could actually, maybe they could even turn it back in, but I think the preference is that we revoke it, issue a new one.
Yeah, because the license would not be in their name. The license would still be in the name of whoever was operating the Piccadilly Pub.
Right. But they have no location anymore to operate.
Correct. I would seem to think there's other issues still ongoing with the original operator of the Piccadilly Pub, so that's why they're probably seeking us to revoke it versus having it still out there.
That's right.
I'm good with it.
And again, they don't anticipate any pushback on it.
No, because again, there are a number of hearings that are scheduled before the ABCC on all types of violation of law. With this, with the same group, we received notice of another hearing. Previously, I think I'd informed the board, there was a violation of payment of taxes. And there was another hearing that had to do with failure to provide workers' compensation for employees. I just received notice of another hearing that's been scheduled by the ABCC on the same group.
But then the hearings were...
Original
canceled.
hearings, the original hearings were
Revenue,
canceled.
I guess, was resolved.
Canceled. Right.
Okay, I'm in favor of it.
I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
Board members?
Proceed. Thank you. I've given you a copy of a letter that we received on the status of the Martins Brook Culvert Replacement Project in Wilmington. You'll remember a few years ago, the town received some federal disaster mitigation funds along with a town meeting appropriation to proceed with the reconstruction of the crossing of Martins Brook in the town of Wilmington. As you know, if you drive toward 93, it's the low spot that we know very well. And that low spot was seen as a bottleneck, which caused water to back up into the Martins Pond neighborhood. And the town did some engineering work, and as a result of that engineering work, it was determined that reconstruction of that culvert opening would alleviate the flooding conditions in Martins Pond. And I've attached a report because one of the reluctances that administration has had on this project is before we go ahead and we put this project out to bid, we need to make sure that the solution is going to work. And if you go through this report, and I would ask you to do so, you'll notice that it will work. There's a minimal improvement to the residents in the Martins Pond area, and it indicates that the flood level would be lowered by just several inches. But moreover, the real challenge is it takes the flooding conditions and transfers them further downstream into the town of Wilmington. And there are obstacles in terms of proceeding into the project which accomplishes that. So what I'd like to do is have follow-up discussions with my staff about what alternatives, if any, can be implemented in lieu of the culvert replacement project. And at this time, the plans to proceed with that project are on hold. We do not wish to put a project out to bid where there will be no benefit to the citizens, and the town will expend hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Mr. Messeri?
I believe we received a grant for part of that.
We did.
So what happens to that?
That's what I want to discuss with staff, exactly what happens with that.
It would appear based
Meaning
upon...
the grant could be used for some other purpose related to...
That's what we want to follow up, is obviously the town doesn't want to give up any grant funds if they can be utilized elsewhere.
Is there a time limit on that grant?
I'm going to find that out.
But in reading the report from Green International, it appears, though, that grant money may not become available any longer because it doesn't meet the minimum criteria. And that there would be additional resources needed to
complete the project.
Well, to mitigate what the original grant purpose was. It doesn't appear as though it can be done. So it's very disheartening because we've been working on this for years. I thought we were so close.
Dave Hanlon worked on that for years.
Yeah, we were so close, I thought, to getting something done here to give the Martins Pond area some relief. And now it appears as though you can put the culvert in, but it needs to have some sort of a gate valve in it, which would regulate what goes downstream and wouldn't mitigate Martins Pond area. So it's unfortunate.
I also thought there was another reason for rebuilding the culvert, and that was that it was in pretty bad shape.
Right.
Correct.
And this would, Wilmington wouldn't have to bear the cost. Now Wilmington will have to bear the cost, I would assume. If it has to be fixed, they would have to bear the cost, but they're not going to do anything to help out. They're not going to put anything any larger in there because of the impact downstream on their residents. And it appears as though they'd have to get the okay from 70 different property owners in order to move forward with the project, and the chances of that happening aren't very good.
You don't think?
Just in case, there might be one or two. There might be one or two that might object, but it's.
I'm sure the Board of Selectmen would object too.
Yeah. But for a while there, I mean, all the indications we had before, though, were pretty favorable. We're actually the Board of Selectmen in Wilmington were on board. Okay, go ahead, go for it.
I was under the impression it was going to help them too.
Right.
It was going to eliminate the flooding that they have in their DPW yard, which is upstream of the culvert. So there's significant flooding that occurs in that upper section of Wilmington, called the Water Department DPW yard that's there.
Past the Regional Health Center, take a right.
Yes, up that street.
Towards
on the right-hand
125.
side.
Yep, right.
Right back there.
So the recommendation is really to have the Martins Home people lift their homes?
Some of them.
That's crazy.
That happens in other parts of the country, though, right? I mean,
Who bears the cost for that?
So there may be some funds available.
They're talking about revising the existing grant application, refile for a new grant. That's what I recommend.
See all the houses on stilts, Michael?
Yeah, looked like in South Carolina, that's the way it looked.
Boat launch.
Galveston, Texas.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
It is too bad, but best that we didn't spend the dollar and not end up with the results that were desired.
I'm just amazed that
Right, we haven't
Got
spent
to
any
this
time.
point.
that we get to this
Could
point.
lose.
Before we realized that was the issue.
No, I have been asking the issue to be reviewed and revised and to bring in an outside expert to analyze what originally our findings were that it would work. And with the amount of money that we were being asked to spend, administration was reluctant to put the project out to bid unless there was someone that came in as an outside third-party peer review and determined that the solution was going to work. And I've always had some reluctance based upon simply expanding the culvert, that it was going to eliminate any and all of the flooding problems.
Without impacting someone else.
Without
downstream.
impacting someone else downstream, which was a concern that I've had.
Well,
The suspicion was found to be true.
but,
Correct.
well done anyway. Not the answer we're looking for, but good for you for taking that one step further.
It's unfortunate for our people in the Martins Pond area.
We'll work toward a solution again. The board has received a notice from National Grid concerning the reconstruction of the transmission lines, which bisect North Reading. These are the lines that do cross Park Street. They run behind Damon. They're going to be replacing some of the conductor units, but as part of that, they're going to be removing some of the vegetation which has grown under the transmission lines. And if you drive through there and you know it, there's a lot of vegetation under those lines. So some of the residents may be alarmed as a result of National Grid beginning work, as I understand, this month. I talked to my niece who lives on Damon, and she informed me that she was aware of it, and they were told that work was to begin sometime this month. There's nothing new to report on the mosquitoes with EEE. Town officials have spoken with the Board of Health each day since it was brought to our attention last Thursday. We will be continuing to monitor and be in contact with the Middlesex County Mosquito Control District and warn residents should additional precautions be necessary to protect the public. I did have an opportunity to go and look at the risk assessment map that Mass DPH puts out, and we are, North Reading is still considered to be in the low-risk community. Communities such as Reading are in the moderate risk category. I also want to note that the mosquito that was found to have EEE was in fact listed on their website. So they did in fact update their website, and they did list it in there in terms of the fact that one was found in the community. But the risk still remains low. We'll continue to monitor vigilantly going forward. It looks like that this risk is going to go away anytime soon.
I just want to say, I think the approach that was taken by you, Martin Fair, getting out code red alert was perfect, necessary. I think it alleviated a lot of unnecessary angst on residents, because once they became aware of EEE, if we didn't do anything, I think it would have been somewhat of a panic. So it was handled very well.
Good, thank you. Thank you. And then lastly, the board has a copy of a press release that's been issued on the new GIS map system, which is up and running. As you know, this was formerly under the CPC. We will utilize the GIS mapping system to the greatest extent we possibly can, but it is something that we're doing. It's been outsourced. I think it's going to work great. That's it.
Leaves us with old and new business. Start on this end of the table, Mr. Prisco.
Just a couple of announcements. The Veterans Group is putting together, they actually have put together a dinner social. It's Sunday, September 16th. That money is, they collect from that social goes towards helping the veterans, the troops, and supporting their families and the community. So if you can make it, it's at 2 o'clock on Sunday the 16th. You can see Susan Magner go right into her office, or I assume you can email her and she can send you out your tickets if you can't get to her office.
Is that at Hillview?
That is at Hillview. Yes. Then on the 30th of September, Sunday, it's the annual Commissioners' Cup. That's sponsored by Parks and Recreation and Land Utilization Committee. That is a 1 o'clock shotgun, so if you're not all there, I'm surprised Rita didn't say something tonight. I'm sure she'll be knocking on your doors if she doesn't see your registration come flying through. So if you need a copy of it, I have one here tonight. Then there's a couple chamber things going on that I was asked to pass along. They're having their annual Buy Local weekend here in North Reading and Reading, September 14th through the 16th. So I hope the community comes out and shops here in the local stores September 14th through the 16th. And the last thing in the chamber, they're having their annual, it's their 8th annual golf outing for small businesses. And they're actually hosting it at Meadowbrook Golf Course in Reading. I never even knew that existed. And that's on September 24th. It's a Monday. And I think that's all I had. 1 second. Oh, I have a question for you, Greg. September 11th, is it a mandate, state mandate, that all the flags go at half-mast, or is it just, are we going to, and if it's not a state mandate, are we going to?
It's only something that the governor or the president can order, so if the governor or the president orders it, we follow the proper protocols.
Okay.
And typically what we do is we receive notice. As soon as we receive notice, we send it out to the people that maintain the flags in the town, and we do it.
Yeah. I had somebody send me an email, ask me the question.
Yeah, just sometimes people are confused. It's the protocol is only the governor or the president can order it to be lowered.
That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cody. The only thing I have is wish the best of luck to the students and faculty at the schools. Tomorrow's the first day of school, and I'm assuming all the students are in bed, so I'll wish best of luck to the administration and the faculty of the schools. That's it.
I guess as a follow-on to that, we should remind people to drive a little more carefully with kids on the road.
I agree.
I have 2 or 3 things. One, on the 15th of the month, a couple of things, the annual Apple Festival, as well as Raya's will be celebrating their 100th anniversary and having a series of events and things down at Raya's store. So everybody's invited and encouraged to participate in both of those activities. Last week, I went and took advantage of the invitation that Mystic Valley Elder Services sent out. They had a meeting for Reading and North Reading people to, shall we say, reintroduce themselves and like an awareness program to make the public, particularly up in this segment of their region, so the services that they have to offer. And it was very well received. Lots of good participation level from local public officials and interested and active members of the community, both Reading and North Reading. And it was just a great event. And it's important to note that, once again, Mystic Valley Elder Services provides the town of North Reading with approximately $600,000 worth of services at no charge to the community. And they're really a strong advocacy organization that our elders should be aware of. If you have any concerns, contact the senior center here in Mary Prenny, and she'll put you in contact with Mystic Valley. Anything from home health care to nutritional things, any type of financial advice, they will head you in the right direction. They don't sell you anything. What they do is they're just a service provider. It's a tremendous resource that a lot of people do take advantage of, but a lot of people are not as of yet. And what they were trying to do was just heighten the awareness of their organization and the activities and the programs that they offer. And once again, I would urge people, if you have any concern about an elder and anything associated with people that are elders and that go along with it, contact the senior center and they'll put you in touch with Mystic Valley Elder Services to head you in the right direction and give you some good advice. But it was a great program, very well received, and it was good to, it was nice to go.
Yeah, sad I missed that. I was trying to make it. I couldn't get out of work.
It was good. Nice activity. And Again, they highlighted the senior citizens program, both, Mary Prenny and the Elder Affairs Director down in Reading. But the whole thing was really about Mystic Valley Elder Services and programming that they provide.
It's a great organization.
The other thing, this is our first meeting, public meeting, since the transfer of ownership of the transcript. And, when I heard the news, I was obviously saddened and shocked because I haven't known any differently. I mean, I lived here all my life, and I think I was about 2 years old when it first started. And from a personal standpoint, my family has been very friendly with the Sylvias for over 50 years. And my father and Al were good buddies, and on Wednesday nights my father used to go down and help Al put the paper to bed on a regular basis for a long period of time. But that being said, I can't think of any greater contribution made by anybody in this community, any greater contribution than the Sylvias have done with the transcript. I mean, they have been the information center and the heartbeat of the community for 56 years. And did it very well. As I said, I have known them for years, and there were times when I tried to influence the editor, which I got absolutely nowhere with Mr. Sylvia. He was always a gentleman about it, and just reminded me that, I could say what I want, and feel free to write a letter to the editor, but he always reminded me that he owned the ink and would always have the last say. But he was always fair when it came to elections, when it came to coverage, and I think one of the best things he ever did was hire our sixth member over here, Mr. Toros, who was, I think, for 34 years or so, Bob? 35, but who's counting? And it seems much longer since I was 10 past 11. Yeah. But hiring people like Bob, who's like second son to him, has really made a world of difference to our community. And I wish the new owners well, but I also hope that they remain a very visible resource to this community, in this community. And I know it's a business decision, but there's more than a business here. I mean, it really is a community newspaper, a weekly local newspaper. And, I wish him well. I am grateful that he's decided to keep on Mr. Toros and Maureen Doherty, because that's key if he's going to have any type of contact within this community, to keep people like Bob and Maureen on board. But again, I hope that he remains has a visible presence in the community, because I think it's important. I mean, I don't know how many times, personally, whether it be from the political standpoint, but from all the public organizations, whether it be parent-teacher organizations, when we're involved in that, my wife and I were involved in that, Little League soccer, youth sports, you go in, you bring the notice in, you put your ad in, and there's something to be said for the personal contact with people like Bob and Albert and Kathy Sylvia and Maureen Doherty. The dialogue that takes place is critically important to make sure that there remains a connection with the community. So I want to congratulate, obviously, the Sylvias for their long service to the community, and passing it over to some new owners, and wish them well. But I am also, sad to see it happen. But with that, I want to thank them, and I think it would be appropriate if the rest of the board members thinks, and we can think of something, but I think we should afford some sort of recognition to Mr. and Mrs. Sylvia for the services that they provide to this community for so many years. And we can do that at a later date, but I think we should give it some thought. On that, and I want to thank Mr. Toros again. Thank you for still being here for many more years.
You should put him in on your list for the chamber event, Citizen of the Year. Be a perfect one you put in this year.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Steve, I think you said it well in terms of the Sylvias and the transcript. You just think about the void in this community if we didn't have that local newspaper come out once a week, and how the information would get out. It just wouldn't. So I thank them, I congratulate them, and I do agree, in the new ownership, I wish them success. but I also think they need to keep a local presence. There's something to be said about being able to just drive somewhere locally, put in whatever you're putting into the paper. It needs to be a presence locally in this community for that newspaper. So that's all I have this evening.
Can I just mention one thing in addition to that?
No. Go ahead.
No, but I went to the 100th anniversary party that Bride has put on at the Senior Center, and they had a lot of the old newspapers there, and it's pretty amazing how they've captured our history, and it's all documented and put away in nice binders, and it was really nice of them to do that. It's pretty impressive. If you have an opportunity, I don't know where those books are today, but I was
They have there's a set available at the library with the
tremendously impressed with that. Now that is a huge contribution to this community, to capture that history and keep it preserved. That's pretty
And it was
special.
truly a mom-and-pop operation, and that they grew and expanded, and they did a terrific job and a terrific service to the community. So extremely grateful to them.
Blessing.
Let's go back to executive session.
We need a motion to adjourn this to go back into executive session for no?
Yeah.
Go back into executive session and just come back out for the
Yeah,
purpose
you
of
move to adjourn
adjournment.
to executive session for purposes of whatever it is, litigation.
Pending litigation.
Pending litigation, and come back into public session for the sole purpose of adjournment.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Prisco?
Aye.
Mr. Misery?
Aye.
Mr. Fode? Aye. Mr. O'Leary?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Back into executive session.
She's here.
Yeah.
Don't